Oh, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. This is Pamela, and you are watching Pam Entertainment TV, where we review movies, television series, and incidents in pop culture to see how those incidents may or may not affect our daily lives. Listen, just when we thought that this Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni's information wouldn't come out, nothing else will come out from this. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? A whole lot, a whole lot. So there's a couple of things that I do want to go over. In regards to this case. So as you all are coming in, you all please hit that like button. So there's a couple of court documents that I do want to go over. So give me just one moment. And we will definitely go with it. And as you all enter, y'all hit that like button for me. I really appreciate it. That helps with my engagement. All right. So let's initially do this. So let's go over this. Let me present my screen. So here we have, let me make it bigger so that you all can see it. So the one document that was filed that I wanted to go over, which is document 47, filed on January 30th, 2025. And it is just basically that both parties between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni and those plaintiffs and those defendants have all decided that they were going to consolidate the case. Because you remember, Justin had his lawsuit, Blake had her lawsuit. They met and they were all in agreement that lawsuit was going to be heard by all at one time. And so that's what it says here. The above caption case involving common question of law and fact for convenience, expedition, and judicial economy, and noting that no party has objected despite the opportunity to do so, the court exercises its discretion to consolidate these cases into a single action. All right. The Court of Clerk is directed to consolidate all cases listed above and under case number, and this is the case number that they all have to be filed up under going forth. So let's see. We want to get rid of that. Let's see. This next one, page continuous. Okay. So this particular case was filed on the 27th. It's document 45. Let's see. The initial pretrial conference currently scheduled for February 12th is rescheduled to February 3rd at 11 a.m. in courtroom C. So that is on Monday, I believe, at 500 Pearl Street. The parties shall be prepared to address the letter motion regarding pretrial publicity and attorney conduct in the initial pretrial conference. All right. Pending response to the order to show cause, docket number 37 and 25 CV 449, the court plans to consolidate this matter with Wayfarer Studios and Lively and set both matters for trial on March 9th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. By Thursday, January 30th, the party shall submit a case management plan with deadlines which will enable trial to occur on that date. And so they ordered that. All right. So let's get to where we got to go, people. So on the 31st, Justin Baldoni's attorneys filed an amended petition. Now, in this amended petition is a timeline. Now, we're not going to go over this whole amended petition because that's 300 and some odd pages. What we will go over today is this, Exhibit A. Now, remember we was hearing all these rumbles about Justin Baldoni's team was going to put out a website with, excuse me, they were going to put out a website with all of these text messages and timelines and things of that nature. They were going to put this information out in a website, and we were going to see all of this information, and we were going to be able to do that. And you've known me. If you followed me, you've known I've said I don't think that that is appropriate, because that will buy into the credence that people are, that Justin Baldoni has his smear campaign against. I didn't think that was right, that they needed to put it in the court filings or do whatever, but don't put it in a lawsuit. Maybe they listen to us, child. I don't know. Y'all let me know if you think that they listen to us, because here we have Exhibit A is the timeline. So what we will do, if we have read the text and text messages and things already, I will not read them again. I make no commentary on them. We'll just go over what they have. But this is a wonderful tool for us to see when and where things happened, instead of bunching everything up in that lawsuit that they did. And it was just very difficult to follow because we didn't know when things were happening and how they happened. Now we have a great timeline. Hold on just one moment. I just got too much stuff around me. You know what I mean? This is my sweater that I'm going to keep around me, but I just still have just too much stuff around me. And I need a light. Yeah. I hope it's not bothering y'all, but I needed an extra light to see on that table that I have beside me. Apologize for that. It's been a Saturday. I think I've been on streams all day, it seems like. But I'm okay about it. All right. So let's get into this timeline from Justin Baldoni. And again, if you are here, make sure you hit that like button for me. I really will appreciate it. So it says here, Exhibit A. The following timeline is intended to be read in conjunction with the consolidated plaintiff's first amended complaint and is expressly incorporated therein by reference. This document provides a summarized account of the sequence of key events. Okay. So here we have it, and we're going to go over, and I hope that you all can see it. Now, there's some, even when you blow it up like this, there's some things that are going to be difficult for me to read, and I'm going to tell you that it's difficult for me to read. And we will go from there. So here we have January 1st, 2019. We've got Justin emails Colleen about It Ends With Us book. They have an email. Here's the email to show the documentation. That's the receipt that it was done. April 11th, When It Ends With Us author Colleen Hoover watched director Justin Baldoni's 5 Feet Apart in theaters. She told Baldoni, "You're the right person to make this movie." And here is the receipt of that action, which is this text message. Now it says here, due to international travel, some images may appear to reflect dates and times that vary from the local time when messages were sent or received. In the interest of transparency, times and date have been left unedited. And let's see what they're talking about. So up here on January 1st, it says Justin emails Colleen, and it has one here. So it says here February 1st, but they're saying January 1st. And that times and dates, because International Dateline doesn't mess with the day of it. So in other words, what I'm saying is, if this says February 1st, this should say February 1st as well. I hope that makes sense, but I don't know if this was a typo or whatever is going on. This says PST time. So again, anyway. Makes no sense to me. But I do like to point out all the stuff. Like I said, I'm not team Baldoni and I'm not team Lively. I'm just team getting the information out, and we discuss it as we need to. All right. On April 12th, Hoover suggested that Baldoni portray Ryle in the film. And so that means that they probably had another actor set up to play Ryle. I wonder who that could have been. May 8th, Justin options the book It Ends With Us from Colleen Hoover. On September 16th, 2022, Baldoni connects with a representative from the nonprofit organization No More, which raises awareness and acts to end domestic violence and domestic and sexual violence, with the intention of partnering in the film. The representative followed up with an email to Baldoni shortly afterward. Now, this is important because he had mentioned that he had mentioned that he had done this, and then when the premiere and they were promoting the film, this part of it was nowhere to be found. So I just want you to make note of that. And here is the email that was completed with the No More representative. On September 23rd, 2022, Wayfarer partners with Sony. Keyword, Wayfarer partners with Sony. Their agreement includes, at Wayfarer and Baldoni's insistence, a requirement that 1% of the film's proceeds be donated in support of survivors of domestic abuse. And that 1% was ultimately earmarked for the organization No More. So that was a cute little coin there, because they grossed over 300 some $1 million. So they got at least $5, $6, $7, $8 million. So this was even before Blake Lively was hired, because on December 31st, 2022, Lively agrees to take the lead role of Lily Bloom. On January 13th, 2023, Baldoni and Wayfarer developed marketing ideas for the film. They share these campaign ideas with Sony, which included an idea for Lily Bloom pop-up shops nationwide. Each would provide access to resources and safe houses for domestic violence victims. They also sought to partner with the nonprofit No More, which raises awareness and acts to end domestic and sexual violence. So there was a campaign established where they were going to have the Lily Bloom pop-up shops, and probably have beautiful flowers and all this kind of stuff in there. And then also it have resources. You could put them in little gift baskets or something like that to give to people, so that they would know about the resources, and then have it staffed by No More staffed by staff members of the No More nonprofit organization, which could then, and they could be in there and they could talk about, bring awareness about DV and SV. So from the jump, we see that was one of the intentions in regards to that. And so again, we see the Wayfarer do their marketing concepts, campaign concepts, and they run it by Sony and all of this other stuff. And this is their pre-premiere campaign, all of this stuff. So they pretty much had a good model about what they were going to do. So that tells me that not only was the script written, not only was the money for the show to produce the show was there, all the concepts. So all of this was a well-established type of movie going on even before Blake showed up. January 22nd, 2023, Lively introduces Baldoni to her friend and celebrity trainer, who would later become Baldoni's trainer as well. On January 23rd, Baldoni and the trainer start collaborating, with the trainer delivering Baldoni's workout program on February 26th. And so here we have messages, text messages between Justin Baldoni and the trainer. And it just basically says, hey, whoever the trainer's name, has been redacted. Justin Baldoni here, a new friend of Blake's. We are working together on a film. I'll be headed your way the first week of March for 4 months. And the trainer says, great to meet you, Justin. Happy to discuss. Let's jump on a call at some point. So on February 9th, 2023, Lively and Baldoni exchange checks. She jokes with Baldoni that she is 20 pounds from her goal weight. Baldoni responds by disliking the message. Lively thanks Baldoni for his friendship and support. And remember, we saw these, and these text messages were placed, in my opinion, out of order in the lawsuits filings. But here we have them in the timeline, which was February 9th, and then we're not going to reread them. And I hope they're big enough for you all to see them, because we have read these before. So we're not going to reread them again, but I do want you to be able to see. And again, I am absolutely loving, because I'm a chronological order gal. And once you put these things in perspective, I can then do some critical thinking and make my response. But when things are bumping around, I have so many questions, and and it could be laziness on my part. However, this is such a wonderful tool, and this is what I wish that they had put out at first. But let's continue. So they go back and forth. You have Blake talking about their friendship and all of this other stuff. Now, I will say this, for you all to have just hooked together in December, and this is the Pamela in me. The word friends and friendship is being used very loosely. To be a friend is an intimate relationship. Okay. That means that to call someone your friend, you have to trust them with your thoughts, whether they are happy, whether they are angry, whether they are sad. You have to, trust them enough that you'll be able to take those thoughts and then verbalize them, and have a feeling that they will then take care of the thoughts and the verbalization of those thoughts. They take care of those things. Friendships also, so that's part of that intimate relationship. It doesn't mean that it's sexual. Please don't get there. Sexuality and having sex is intimate, but there's so much other things about intimacy that's in there besides having sex. You don't necessarily have to be having sex with anyone to have an intimate relationship with them. And that's what a friendship is. So I think that they use these words loosely. Your support helped me with that. Thank you. They're coworkers, they're associates. They're not personal friends at this moment, because, you've just met this person. So let's just continue. That's just me and my thoughts. They use this word loosely, because they use it so loosely, then people start to think that they've had some type of, they've been friends that they have literally been friends forever, when we see that they just basically, they may have known of each other, but it looks like they just basically met. And that will be more evident as we go on. All right, we got February 14th. Baldoni begins writing and sending script revisions to Lively, all the while also building rapport with his co-star and lead actors. Lively responds, "You're safe here," indicating he need not worry about his choice of words and he could speak freely. And they have the text message receipts to back all of this up. I'll go slow if you feel like you want to read it. If you feel like you want to pause it and read it, you definitely can do this at this point. February 17th, Lively shares her concerns with Baldoni about having her body ready for the forthcoming Schmeck scenes. Their characters would shoot asking, what's the chance we can do body scenes at the end of the schedule? Baldoni tries to reassure Lively that she doesn't need to stress about her body and emphasize his determination to work collaboratively with her to ensure her comfort. So here we have these texts. So let's read these texts, because I don't remember reading these. So let's go over these real quick. This is, let me see if I can make them just a tad bigger. All right. It says here, Blake Lively, and this, thank you for your voice memo. It's deeply appreciated. You are everything you promised to be as a collaborator. Thank you. I know my job here, and this piece is in big part my job here. We both understand the assignment as actors in the roles, but also as producers and also as marketers. We understand artistically, yes, but we get what we need to do in all aspects for this movie commercially. As woke as we both are and work to be, this movie requires a certain aesthetic. As part, it's a part of the job that we both excitedly signed up for. I don't shy away from it because it's not problematic. It's the assignment, like when someone is about to start an athletic event. It's what their job is to be in top shape. My husband and I both look at a certain role as an athletic event, and this is one of them. It is not always a part of the job, but on this one it is, and that's great. As much as I love not to think about it, that would be irresponsible and also impossible, because it's unrealistic to not acknowledge what I need to do. This is my job here, and I meet my responsibilities with extreme work ethic. And we're not going to continue to go on, but this is basically what she's talking about. And she's feeling a little uneasy about her body. He's trying to comfort her, to let her know, hey, we all fall short. You do what you need to do, because she wants to have her body in tip-top shape. So she's looking to see if she can do those scenes at the end of the movie after they've done everything else. So here we are in February 26th. Baldoni's trainer, who is the trainer that Lively garnered for Baldoni, provides him with a workout plan. And these are the things that he wants to do. Now, we learned from the lawsuit that Baldoni filed that he had a bad back, and he was making sure that he get an appropriate program, because there was supposed to have been a scene in this movie where he had to lift Lily up for some reason. And here is the plan. Here's what the trainer has done, and they've got their plan together. So we're going to go. It says here, Baldoni and Reynolds exchanged text messages expressing mutual respect. Baldoni and Reynolds exchanged text message expressing mutual respect. So these are new text messages. These are text messages that we have not seen. So we are definitely going to review them. As you see them on the screen, they are very difficult to read, because again, these are screenshots of text. Excuse me. I really wish they had some kind of way that they can download this, with the colors and all, but we got to do what we got to do with what we have. So here we go. Now you'll see some of these texts, particularly this one. It's going to be difficult to see, and there's no way that I can control the contrast and the brightness. So I will do the best that I can. So this one, the blue is Justin Baldoni, and the gray is Ryan Reynolds. And Justin says, "Hey Ryan, Justin Baldoni here, the guy who brought his literal baggage to his meeting with you, with your wife. I asked Blake for your number well over a month ago and have wanted to text you for a while now, but my good old nerves got the best of me." So he's kind of fanboying. "Emily and I have had a very small circle. We live out in the country in Ojai and pretty much just hang out with each other. We've known all of our closest friends for years, and I don't really have any close female friends that my wife isn't also friends with, let alone married ones. And I also guess that this is just an awkward text to say I'd like to be friends. I'm happy there's no check, yes or no box." I guess that was supposed to be funny. Ha ha ha. He. Blake also sent the sweetest message to my wife, unprompted, saying something similar, which just made me respect her and your union even more. I've been a supporter and admirer from afar of both of yours for years. You are in a class of your own, and I so appreciate, let me see, the way you move through the world as a man, but also you both as a couple. Your work family balance and the way you manage to show up, not just as a husband, but as a father, is so beautiful. I aspire to have that balance and also find myself struggling with it a lot. Your support of her during this movie meant the world to me. And when Blake told me that one of the reasons that she and you leaned in was because of the love I have for my wife, it was by far the most meaningful reason I've ever had someone want to work with me. I hope my late, I hope that says night. It looks like it says late next text with her haven't been too annoying. And I am really looking forward to all of us spending time together. My family is coming for half the time, which is going to be hard for me as we haven't spent more than a week apart in 11 years. But we will make it work. And I know my kids are excited to make some new friends in yours. I'm going to do everything I can to get Blake out at least a few days earlier than before the schedule is still being worked on. And I'm going to tell you, I can't, it's too blown out for me to read this little section right here. And finally, congrats on your gorgeous son. That kid sure won the lottery up something to get chosen. It's too blown out for me to read, but let's read the rest of that. So let's read what Ryan Reynolds said. It says, "Hey Justin, sorry for the delay. I've been in writing cave and the girls are sick again. I'm told they have an immune system, but it's in beta testing. What a loving and generous message. Thank you. We're both looking forward to getting to know you and your family better. We're also big fans over here since before we met and more so after. You've been a wonderful collaborator with B, and that means a great deal to both of us. Being a stand-up person is everything, and you've been just that since day one. Thank you. You've hit the jackpot with B. She literally passes on every film and every filmmaker all the time. But one thing I know, and I speak from a deep wellspring of experience here, having her in your court behind the scenes as a creator is invaluable. I'm certain somebody would say the same. Some of the greatest creative decisions I've made are, in fact, Blake. The same goes for Blank. The acting is a small piece of a pretty astounding patchwork quilt of creativity. More than anything, I rely on her taste. Far beyond movies, I rely on her taste for all aspects of my businesses. That multidimensional creative output is something I can see in both of you. I am excited for you to work together. I'm excited for Blake to crack open her creative piggy bank with someone as dynamic as you. This is going to be incredible. And thank you for understanding what it means to me personally to have my family reunited as soon as possible. Nothing means more to her either, I can promise you. We're hardwired for keeping our family together. It's how to win us and also how to kill us when we can't. We never split up, ever. It was a huge thing for us on this film. I tried to push our start date, but Marvel booked studios last July and Blank timing was locked. I've been frantically smashing out my third pass of the script to address structural changes but mostly to get our budget down and shorten the shoot so I can fly back with the girls when school starts. We see and appreciate that you already moved significantly to make it work with her schedule because of the film she had already committed to, which thankfully she was able to gracefully punt. She tried before, but she didn't share how hard. All this to say, I've had your line producer's face tattooed to my perineum. If he, she, they can figure out how to start 2 weeks earlier, completely understand how big of a ass this is. But the perineum is one of the most nervy parts of the human body to expose to trauma. So I guess this is his way. I figured this is the way him and Blake talk. Because why would he anyway? I guess it's just the way they talk. Because they use it's the sense of humor that they use, and your perineum is back there by your booty, child. Okay. Looking forward to seeing you, and thank you again for all you're doing. I happen to adore you, Justin. And Justin respond, this was the sweetest. So we see that they are not they're on good terms in March February 28th. So let's get into March 29th, 2023. Lively shares with Baldoni that she has strep throat, and Baldoni offers to send her some quote, amazing gut health protocols that help after antibiotics. Lively responds, please. As a result, Baldoni reaches out to his board certified integrative holistic health coach and connects them. Lively shares that they connected, saying she's incredible. Lively later claimed in her CRD complaint that this quote unquote health coach was actually a weight loss specialist and that this was all a ruse for Baldoni to subtly fat shame her. And here are the texts that Baldoni and Lively went through, and we read them, but we didn't read the text messages between Justin Baldoni and the wellness coach. It says Justin tells his wellness coach, Blake co-star is breastfeeding and has to take antibiotics for strep, her second round. Could you recommend a probiotic gut rebuilder I can send her, establishing some goodwill? I'm telling her about you. The wellness coach says, of course. Oh no, poor thing. She will want to take the trifecta of the three I recommended for three times as long as she was on the antibiotic. Do you want me to send them to their do you want me to send them to you there? This is super important as it will mess with the baby's microbiome too. We used to use a baby probiotic that was powder form that you would mix with a tiny bit of express breast milk, make a paste with that and put it directly on the breast so that when the baby would breastfeed, they would take in the probiotic too. And I could send instructions for that also. So April 1st, 2023, Blake shows up for in-person chemistry reads with potential co-stars to play her love interest, Atlas. At the end of the day, Lively sends a message to Baldoni stating that was fun yesterday. What a great assembly of people. And here are the texts. Hey, P. This is bananas. I thought the amended suit was good and in lieu of a website. I do too. This is where it should be. It shouldn't be on a website somewhere where everybody is on it. This is where it should be. This is where, and I hope he doesn't do the website. I mean, he definitely can. He definitely could. But yes, this timeline actually helps to see where they are and how they were speaking. Because without this timeline, you would think that it was like everybody was happy and then everybody started going with their throats. So now you can see when certain things happen and why this wellness coach was introduced. Okay, she said she had strep throat. So it doesn't seem like Baldoni and his wife, they seem like they're that type. that they don't use a lot of medications, that they try to find a holistic way before they'd have to do the last resorts of taking the medication. And he was trying to be of assistance. So it says here, April 5th, 2023, Baldoni hires an intimacy coordinator and texts Lively to coordinate a time for them to meet. Lively declines to meet with the intimacy coordinator ahead of filming. So the intimacy coordinator was hired. So there was one who was on staff who was hired. Now, it's my understanding that the intimacy coach will always necessarily be on set all the time. When there are scenes that require the intimacy coach, you're supposed to go over them at first, and then the intimacy coordinator will be on set to be able to coordinate all those things going on. So when we look at that 17-point plan that Blake Lively put down before she came back to production, that she hollered and screamed about in December going into January. I can see now why they were okay with that point, because of the fact that there was already an intimacy coordinator already on staff. And here are the text messages for it. I paused a little bit to do that little commentary that you all can read. I will definitely pull up. And this is where we see the producer. This is the screenshot. This is Justin Baldoni. And Justin Baldoni lets the producer know what happened. April 7th through 8th, Baldoni shares the updated script with Lively. Lively excitedly texts Baldoni her thoughts on the pivotal rooftop scene, meet cute scene. Okay, read that again, Pamela. Lively excitedly texts Baldoni her thoughts on the pivotal rooftop. Quote, meet cute scene. Acknowledging its significance in the story. She asks if she can take a pass at the dialogue, hoping to infuse more of her voice into the character and make it more flirty and yummy. Baldoni welcomes her input, eager to see her take on the moment and make the characters hers. He waits for her notes. And insert my issue and my problem. You all, and I don't know if I've read that already, but you already had a situation where you had to let the script writer know about what's going on. And I think this was prior to the strike. And so it should have been this should have been a collaborative effort. And hopefully they talked with the script writer as well. Because if I wrote a script for something and then the two actors that are playing in the film are colluding behind my back to rewrite some stuff, I think I'd feel some kind of way. So I hope that they were making sure that they were running these notes by the actual writer of the script. And so here is the information. These are the text messages. And we read these text messages. Let me make sure that we did. If not, I'm going to make them a little bit bigger. Let's come down here. I'm going to make them a little bit bigger. Y'all let me, I've got to go and I'll be right back. So I'll let you all read these text messages real quick, and then we'll come back and we'll continue. Give me one moment. All right. Thank you so much for that little brief wait. See, you've read those text messages, and we will continue to move forward. Ooh, y'all hit that like button. Let's see what's going on. I had to leave out of here. Oh, thank you so much, Mariah. Thank you so much for joining us. The website is live, but it's really a central location for what it already is out there. I thought the amendment was great, but the site is even more helpful because the timeline gets. Oh, so there he did do the website, is what you're telling me. Oh my. Okay. Her team never signed or returned the nudity rider. I'll wait till you get there. Okay. Okay. So let's get there. Y'all are getting ahead of me. I'm gonna stop right there. Y'all are getting ahead of me, but okay. So he didn't put the website up. Just the principled Pamela don't want to look at it, but the content creator Pamela wants to look at this website, y'all. On April 9th, 2023, Lively shares her notes on the rooftop scene with Baldoni and follows up with a text eagerly awaiting his thoughts. Baldoni responds via voice note, expressing his appreciation for her passion and edits. While he likes her changes, he envisions the final version landing somewhere between her take and the original. And she says, "Happy Easter. What do you think of the pages?" Baldoni meets with Lively at her apartment in New York. He is greeted by Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds, who enthusiastically praises Lively's rewrites of the rooftop scene. Because we know now, Ryan Reynolds. We know now that you wrote. No wonder you were enthusiastically happy about that. We know you wrote that scene, Ryan Reynolds. We're not fooling us now. Enthusiastically praising his wife's rewrites. We see you, Ryan. We see you. which she had sent on April 8th, 2023. Hours later, as the meeting is ending, a mega celebrity friend of Reynolds and Lively walks into the room and also begin praising Lively's script. So, which is going to be interesting because we did see in the text messages up that Ryan was talking about that it was very important that he be with his family and that there was some scheduling issues and things like that. So if let's see. Let's go back up. So she shares her notes on April 9th. He meets with her on April 12th. And this is even before so he shares with her the script on the 7th. She wants to have a little time to rewrite it. She does. She sends him a copy of the pages by April the 9th. Then he meets with her on April 12th so they could go over it. So I'm sorry, that gives me enough time to believe, and Ryan Reynolds was there. Yeah, that gives enough time that he could have possibly assisted her and or her claim that he wrote the rooftop scene himself. So if we're talking about that he was down there with Marvel or whatever, it obviously is not going to take him that long to be able to write a rooftop scene. I do believe that him and her collaborated and they wrote that scene. And as it is, as she admitted to in an interview, Lively shares that she's ill again. This is on April 13th for the third time in 1 month. Baldoni asks if she would like to speak to his health coach, whom he previously connected her with on March March 29th, 2023. He also offers to take it one step further by connecting her with his medical intuitive. Lively later claimed that the health coach was, quote, not what Mr. Boney had represented her to be, and alleged that she was a weight loss specialist. She further claimed in her CRD complaint that this was yet another attempt by Mr. Baldoni to shame her for her body and weight. And so here are the text messages. Here are the text messages with that exchange. I will zoom in to give you all an opportunity to see if you can look at them and read them. I'm not going to read them. We've already gone over these, but you know, if you want to pause the screen and be able to read that, I made them bigger for you to do that. All right, let's continue. All right. April 13th, Baldoni asked Lively to send him the FDX file of the rooftop scene she worked on. Lively emails him the file. April 13th, April 14th, Baldoni and Lively text about script changes and enhancing dialogue for the role of Lily Bloom's mother, Jenny Bloom. Baldoni conveys he is happy for Lively to share her notes, but ultimately wants to run any changes by the scriptwriter out of respect. Lively agrees. And this makes me what I got out of this, and I talked about it earlier, if I was that scriptwriter and I started hearing about the fact that y'all are out here changing screen scenes and doing all this other stuff, because you remember in the filing, there was a little exchange that the script, someone asked the scriptwriter or somebody on there about what did they think of Ryan's writing that scene, and the script writers, you know, was trying to be friendly and try to think, but you know, you can kind of tell that whoever that person is was a little miffed about it, like, oh well, if he did it, then it's a wonder, you know, I'd love to see it, it'll be a wonderful thing, or something to that nature. I'm just paraphrasing because we have gone over and read a lot of this stuff from them, but you can definitely tell that they were doing this, and this is an issue that I had, that they were doing this stuff and they were not appropriately talking, or it was collaborative between Blake and Ryan, but it wasn't collaborative amongst the whole team. And for me, I think that would be a really big problem if they're not being cooperative and collaborative amongst the whole team. Because again, if I was that screenwriter, ain't no way in the world you're gonna sit up here and start telling me that so and so and so and so is writing or doing these screens and I'm not part of it. I think I would have an issue about that. But y'all let me know if I'm overreacting, because I clearly will have an issue. And y'all, it looks like we've got like 11 people in here. If you all wouldn't mind sharing, if you are a content creator here, sharing this live with your subbies and let them know that I'm over here going over this thing, I appreciate it. And also hit that like button for me. In the wake of the meeting 2 days earlier in the presence of Reynolds and their mega celebrity friend, who Lively describes as her dragons. So we know now that she is describing her dragon was Taylor. Ryan and Taylor is her dragon. So let's see what we're going on about. In a lengthy text to follow, Baldoni feels obliged to text Lively, saying that he likes her pages and hadn't needed Reynolds and her mega celebrity friend to pressure him. Baldoni acknowledges Lively's text about her, quote, dragons, and apologizes for not responding right away. However, he promises to send her a more thoughtful voice note later that evening when he gets home from his plans. And we did hear that voice note. It's a TMZ article, and I think I do have it out. You can hit the link in the description box in this video. And so here are the text. And let's see. So again, I'll zoom in if you want to pause it and to look at it and to read it. All right, I'm about to move up. All right, let's keep going. On April 14th, Baldoni followed up with the voice note as promised. And again, we read that voice note earlier. That was so go look at that video about Baldoni and his voice note. We definitely heard that voice note. Responding to her text about her dragons, expressing his sincere apologies for not being more sensitive to her feelings when responding to her notes on the rooftop scene. He acknowledged how lucky she is to have her husband and friends as her supporters. He also empathizes with Lively's frustration in having faced situations in her career where she was overlooked or not made to feel like an equal collaborator, and hoped that their collaboration on this film would set a new standard for how she is to be treated. Ultimately, Baldoni tried to convey that her thoughts are always welcome and that he is excited to be working with someone of Lively's caliber and all the value she brings to this film. He spends a considerable amount of time encouraging her and assuring her that she is valued. The next morning, Baldoni, ready to continue work, follows up his voice note with a text message to share additional thoughts on the script. Lively responded, thanking him for the thoughtful messages and promising to always do things in service of their shared goals. So here is a text for that. We won't read them. If you'd like to read, I can definitely make them bigger for you. And you definitely can pause it and read it. I'm going to move it up just a little bit. And once again, all right. So April 20th, Brandon Skilnar casting announcement. It says Brandon Skilnar joins Blake Lively in Sony's It Ends With Us adaptation. So I guess he's playing whatever his name is. I don't remember who he's playing. April 20th, concerns about Lively's undue influence over the film began to grow even before filming started. And so this is where we were talking about the producers on here and the production. So the productions is having concerns about that. And you remember we read about that. We was reading in Justin's thing, and I was saying it seems like that one producer was the one that had all the wherewithal to say we can't let her do all of this other stuff because it messes up the filming. We're having to stop filming. We're having to do. We're going to have to do all of these things. And this producer seems like they were spot on. But Justin, being Justin, because he is a nice guy, he wasn't listening to all of that because again, he's been collaborative with Blake Lively, and he did not introduce to the rest of the team in this collaboration effort. That's the way I'm reading it so far. And here you have the producer. He cannot let her have opinions on everything. And Jamie Heath says Blake, or she's going to be co-directing this film. Yes, Jamie Heath. Yeah, we were talking about that a lot yesterday. Producer, exactly. This is why everyone is starting to lose it. We've been talking about the same thing for months. Jamie Heath. Yeah, it's starting to get resolved, and the producer says no, it's not. So there was issues and problems here. Now, like that's why I was saying before, if I was the writer and I hear that you are collaborating, because I believe that's where it probably started from. If we're looking at this in the timeline, that they're over there collaborating and rewriting scenes and all this other stuff. And then Justin Baldoni just remembers, ooh, We need to be collaborating with the writer. So the writer sees all of this stuff, this collaboration going on. And remember, this is all before they start having strikes and everything. So you can imagine that this writer is like, see, this is the mess that I'm talking about. Here we are writing these scripts, and if there's going to be any changes, we need to know about these changes, not for somebody to bring in all this information and stuff like that and then do these changes. And the producer and Jamie Heath is saying, oh, well, it's starting to get resolved. And the producer's like, no, it's not. So Jamie Heath, if he's supposed to be the studio executive, his foot, he is not clearly understanding the issues and the problems that are going on with her collaborating in this way. April 21st, Baldoni meets with the intimacy coordinator to discuss how to shoot the sex scenes. It was important to him that the intimacy coordinator be a woman to help craft sex scenes that would speak to the book's mostly female audience and be written from the female gaze. And we did all this. And let me see. And then they describe all this thing. I'm going to highlight it for you. I'm not going to read. Here we go. Those notes would later become the basis for Lively's complaint, in which he stated Baldoni would talk about his own ex-life and insert gratuitous scenes with Lively's characters doing all of that. As seen in the notes, these mentions come directly from the intimacy coordinator's notes. Goes down. All of these things that they're saying coming from the intimacy coordinator's notes. I'll give you a few seconds to go back over that, and then we'll continue. Not the notes. Justin Baldoni's lawyers are not playing with them. Here are the notes, detailed notes, pictures of the notes. There it is. Then goes down on her. All of these are the notes. So they're showing visual proof of these notes. These were not Justin Baldoni saying these things. These are the things that the intimacy coordinator put down. Here we go. April 22nd, 2023. In preparation for a lift sequence in which Baldoni's character, Ryle, would lift Lively's character, Lily, Baldoni reached out to his personal trainer, you remember, who was a close friend of Lively's, right? Which to me was too close. Hire somebody. Anyway, we're going to continue. It's been done now. To ask what Lively weighed so that he can train his back muscles for the scene. This was important to avoid injury, not only to Baldoni, who suffered from a lifelong back injuries, which were multiple bulging discs and chronic pain, but also to Lively if the lift could not be completed successfully. Script pages of the lift scene are included below. Lively would later claim in her complaint that this scene did not exist. However, as evidenced by the script pages and also a video in which Baldoni is rehearsing the scene with a body double, the scene was very real. So here we go. This is the scene. I'm not going to read it, but here it is. If you want to read it, just pause. I'll make it bigger so that you can look into it. So they highlight it where it says Ryle scoops her up, gently laying her down on the floor. He kisses her wound, a mix of blood and tears now. Okay. This seems like a lot going on in this movie. I haven't seen it. Anybody who's seen it? I mean, was it good? So I'm curious to see the video that he was rehearsing with the stunt double. April 25th, 2023. Baldoni was summoned by Lively to her penthouse and greeted by Reynolds, who swore at Baldoni and accused him of fat shaming his wife. Quote, "How dare you fucking ask my wife about my wife's weight? What's wrong with you?" The tone from Reynolds and Lively was so aggressive that Baldoni felt he had no choice but to offer repeated and completely unwarranted apologies for what was a good faith and reasonable question to his trainer, not Lively, Reynolds demanded that Baldoni remove the lift scene entirely. And again, I told you before, that trainer was messy, because that trainer is being paid by Wayfarer, and that trainer is being paid by Lively. There was a way that trainer could have done that without actually telling Baldoni what her weight was, and also working with the stunt coordinator so that they could do this effectively. Once again, the trainer was messy because there was a way that could have been completed without him actually talking to Blake, him or her, I don't know which is which, without him or her talking to Blake about Baldoni asking about the weight. Because usually as a trainer, you already have the weight of your client. And even if you didn't have it, it was just as simple to say, hey, we've got these training goals. You're talking about losing these 20 pounds. Let's start off. Let's see what you're starting off with. And let's see what the goal is. And we'll work on there. In regards to that, he never had to tell Baldoni anything. All he had to do was start working with whatever weight goal or whatever that they had. That's what they had to do. He didn't even have to tell her about the weight. And then he could have said, well, work with the coordinator. He could have, the trainer could have then worked with the stunt coordinator to let them know how much weight, it is. It never would have had to go back to, it never had to go back to Blake. That was just being messy. In Lively's complaint, she falsely stated that the scene was not even in the film, suggesting it never existed. Contrary to her attempt to manipulate verifiable facts, the only reason the scene was not in the film is that Lively and Reynolds demanded it be removed, despite the fact that it has already been rehearsed with a stunt double. Accommodating Lively, Baldoni rewrote the scene with her, despite the fact, for creative reasons, he felt the scene was necessary. Again, the accommodating her like that, and that, to me, he should not have gone to that meeting by himself. If this was supposed to be a production meeting, he should have gone as the director. There should have been a writer, a producer, or whatever was going on if they were talking about these scenes. But since you allowed her to be so comfortable into rewriting things without collaborating with anybody else with you, this is what happens. Baldoni was stunned by Lively's accusation because when Lively had earlier expressed concerns about her postpartum figure in February 17, 2023 and February 2024, Baldoni genuinely reassured her that she need not worry about her body. In fact, it was Lively who insisted that she be fit for the role, despite Baldoni's assurances. In this meeting where Baldoni was aggressively confronted by Reynolds and Lively told Baldoni that if he could not get on board with how she works, he still had 2 weeks to recast her. Boy, I bet he ruled the day then. I bet you he looks at that now and wish he had recasted her. As Lively well knew at the time, it would be impossible to recast her without incurring millions in expenses for a film that was already half shot. In addition to financial repercussions, it would cause the studio and Baldoni severe reputational damage, including their relationship with Sony, the film's distributor, and financiers. Thus began a pattern of demands by Lively and acquiescence by Baldoni. He opted to get on board for lack of viable alternative. Now, this is Pam from Pam Entertainment TV. You all knew that Blake Lively had a reputation for being difficult on set, on previous sets. You all knew that and chose to me, in my opinion, ignore it, because that would have been something, and maybe this is going to be something going forward that they put in these contracts. Look, I know you're difficult, but let me just explain. If you're going to make it difficult, and where we have to separate from you because of how you're making things difficult, or if you're making threats like this, make her give some of that money back. Make those actors give some of that money back. All right. April 25th, 2023. And y'all let me know down in the comments, because see, I can make these little statements and then I'll, not understanding and knowing all the ins and out of how things work in the entertainment business. But in my head, that would make sense, because you all knew that she was difficult. You all should have had a plan B. This is what happens when you operate in something you don't have a plan B, because you could have definitely called Scarlett Johansson. I'm just saying, I'm being petty. So he opted to get on board for the lack of a viable alternative. And again, you can kind of see that the only person that really had some sense at that time was the producer. I don't know if the line producer and a producer that was up at the front. I really wish that they would have said their names, but they didn't, or be more specific about their role, so we can differentiate if the line producer and the producer that spoke up earlier in this timeline is the same person. But the producer was the only one talking about that there might be issues and problems. And Justin Baldoni didn't take heed of it. And it looks like Jamie Heath was keeping his head in the sand and not really taking it seriously. April 25th, 2023, the line producer on the film shares concern about the ballooning wardrobe budget resulting from Lively's takeover, stating it was way more than she had ever seen wardrobe go over the budget with the initial spending. As mentioned in the complaint, the wardrobe budget ballooned. And she's the line producer. This is the thing, April 25th. Hi, y'all. Wardrobe budget for spending is $185K. Normally, wardrobe overspends and then does tons of returns at ends to make up budget. Ends up in budget. Our wardrobe team told me they spend about $500K, but then land back at $185K once the returns are done. To date, they've already spent $615K, and they need their cash it cards all replenished because they've only shopped for Justin and Blake. They had to reshop everything for Blake after creative changes, but it's a lot of money. I trust them, of course, but want to keep you all posted, as this is way more than I've ever seen wardrobe go over budget with the initial spending. At this point, we have to replenish their cards because they haven't shopped for the other characters. Just keeping you all posted. Child, that budget is blown. Let's see what you all got going on in here. I'm going to check it out. Me too. I'm going to check out this website. If you all have it, because you won't be able to post the links in the chat, but definitely in the go to my community page, and where I have like doing the sneak preview of this lawsuit. I just did the front page. Post it there. Meet cute is a term when the two love interests meet for the first time. Thank you. Interesting P. I'll post the link when the pause expires on here. Regarding Ryan writing, he only recently got his WGA membership. It was based on his work on Deadpool 2. He scabbed for that scene. And this is why they were all wanting to know what he thought about what's the name thought about that scene. So he was, oh. Now let me ask you something, because I remember when the strike was going on, P, and they were talking about the people who crossed the lines, how they weren't going to be able to join the guilds and things like that. Uh, would that apply to him, or is that just for the Screen Actors Guild? Blake had been working on Sony behind the scene. Okay, yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah. Got you. All right. April 27th, 2023, Baldoni feels homesick. His family is back in California. It's been weeks since he's seen his kids. Lively offers to have Baldoni fly with her to Los Angeles and back for the weekend so the two of them can continue working on the script. 6 hours there and 6 hours back. By all accounts, Lively feels at ease with Baldoni and is not only willing but invites Baldoni to share an airplane cabin with her and her children. And so here is the tweets. Here are the text for this. Blake just offered, this is Baldoni, to fly me to LA with them tomorrow at 2 p.m. so we could get 6 hours of work on the script in, and then fly back Sunday and get another 6. I just got a 5-minute voice note from Emily crying about how hard it was without me. I gotta go. I'm with Blake, but at least we can actually justify it. No, coming at 2. I'm on with a newer surgeon. Oh, I'm sorry. It's supposed to be back and forth. I just read all of his stuff. Sunday, get another in 6. Okay, let's talk when you get here. I just got a 5-minute voice note from Emily crying about how hard it was without me. I gotta go. I'm with Blake, but at least we can actually justify it. Okay, you on your way here? No, coming at 2. When do you need to know for certain? I'm sure we'll work it out. I just want to just walk through it. So also over here, just what that means. Ring me, sir. I'm on with the neurosurgeon. Wow. Okay, call me afters. April 28th, 2023. Baldoni flies to Los Angeles from New York with Lively and her family. For the duration of the flight, Baldoni and Lively work on the script. On April 30th, 2023, we return together in New York. May 1st, Lively begins altering the script daily. The frequency of Lively's revisions and input alarms the producers, who anticipate that her interference will persist every day of the shoot and disrupt a carefully planned production schedule. And so this is the producer again. Now, they talked to Jamie Heath earlier. Jamie Heath was acting like it wasn't a big deal. Here's the producers again talking to Jamie Heath. Are you listening to this? She's fixing the script. I think such and such advice was actually wrong. Blake is now directing the movie. This is bad. Jamie Heath, I'm listening. Talking through. It is better than not. Seeing what's possible. As long as any decision is done with approval. Not for something that was already intimately planned. This will be every day of the shoot. Jamie Heath, I know. I'm not sure what can be done, honestly, at this point of terms, and then it blanks out. So then on May 2nd, 2023, the Writers Guild of America went on strike. Lively and Baldoni text almost daily and were comfortable making silly jokes. And we've read these texts. Wayfarer holds a respect in the workplace meeting via Zoom with the production team to review appropriate onset behavior and other HR related matters before principal photography begins. This is a standard part of pre-production and employee training. Here it is. It ends up daily prep schedule. Meetings are Eastern Standard Time unless otherwise noted. They talk about, here it is, 8 a.m. art department meeting in person. Atlas Truck, Lily Car Show, Jason Badonley, Janie Heath, Scout of Hospital, call with neurosurgeon, respect with the workplace, Vegas art meeting, production meeting. So they had a pretty packed day. Baldoni's emails the intimacy coordinator his notes on the quote sex scene after discussing Lively's comfort level with her. Justin emphasizes, quote, the way these are shot and what is shown will be a collaboration between Baldoni and Blake. Due to illness and Lively's family, the Vegas shoot scheduled for May 8th was canceled. Additionally, because of production delays and strikes, none of the outline scenes were filmed during the May-June 2023 production window, phase one. These scenes were all postponed to phase two of production, January 5th, 2024 to February 9th, 2024, which resumed 7 months later. And here is, looks like the email from Justin to the intimacy coordinator and to Jamie Heath and somebody, Jamie Heath and the intimacy coordinator and somebody else. They were redacted. Their names were redacted. Please note, the way these are shot and what is shown will be a collaboration between me and Blake, and they go over the scenes. As May 8th, as production was set to begin its first day of shooting in Vegas, a member of Lively families falls ill. Baldoni shares his prayers and wishes for their speedy recovery. Meanwhile, production is left to manage the fallout and to attempt to recoup costs from the canceled shoot day. Here is the text. Lively's attorney is provided with, this is on May 8th, a nudity writing in which Wayfarer includes the intimacy coordinator approved nudity writer, followed by written confirmation of the approval. For clarity, providing the intimacy coordinator approved nudity writer serves as confirmation that Lively and the intimacy coordinator discussed and mutually approved the sex scenes. Notably, the scenes scheduled for the week of May 8th, 2023 had to be rescheduled multiple times due to illness and subsequent strikes. As a result, they were ultimately filmed in January 2024, meaning no scenes were shot during phase one, May 15th through June 27th. And here are the text messages. There's a lot of stuff redacted out of here, but we'll continue. May 12, 2023, Lively and Baldoni work at her apartment, making final script changes ahead of the first day of production on May 15th, 2023. Now, this is confusing me because they were making script changes. I thought that the strike said that if the script had already been written and they can continue with their production, but they couldn't make any changes or do anything on the script. If they had to make any changes, then the production was supposed to be halted. But they hadn't even started filming at that point. The writer strike first, then the actor strike. Ryan was already a member of the WGA, so he scabbing. I'm not sure if I'm being clear. Sorry. Okay. So he was already a member. If you cross the picket lines, then you're a scab, right? I hope I'm making this. You're considered to be a scab. And so therefore, because you've crossed those picket lines, my question is, does that put your being a member of the writer guilds, does that put that in jeopardy? Because remember, Sony was wanting to know, didn't know that Ryan Reynolds had written the scene. Now, Blake Lively was the one that reported that he did. She was supposed to keep stum about it. So let me know down in the comments. What I don't understand is who the F invites their, yes, to share a cabin with their kids. I wouldn't want someone who's hurt me around my children. Exactly. A plane ride there and a plane ride there back. And you know what? And it still doesn't make any sense, because if you're able to share a plane and that's just a cigar tube in the air, why couldn't you share a theater? But I guess at that point, because again, you hadn't written your complaint or anything at that point. I wonder why you didn't share a movie theater. But I'm gonna continue. Yes, he did. Yes, you did. Her claim crumbles when he apologized for making her feel the way she felt and stopped talking to her without consulting his team. Baldoni shares an encouraging message with Lively before day one of shooting. Lively expressed gratitude for her collaboration. Here is the text for that. On May 15, a Normal representative who attended the table read the day before shares a message of encouragement with Baldoni. Baldoni is eager to establish a plan to ensure that the film has the greatest impact in supporting victims of domestic violence. We see that. May 15th, on the first day of principal photography, paparazzi captured and published photos of Lively in character wearing her hand-picked wardrobe. These images were widely criticized as unflattering and sparked a backlash from Sony. So here are the looks. Y'all know I fight for my life to keep from cracking up hard on this app. That skirt is atrocious. The skirt, the shoes, the whole ensemble is atrocious. That would have looked better with some pants. But the whole thing is atrocious. So let's see. This was off of a Reddit. This was in Colleen Hoover's, looks like her Reddit page. I never pictured her this homely. They made Blake Lively look older than she actually is, in my opinion, and she's supposed to be playing younger. She looks like Mary Poppins mixed with a homeless lady. Mixed with the homeless lady, and she doesn't seem like she'll dazzle like Book Lily basically did. Ooh, child. Also, what the F is this outfit? I just can't I can't. It would be hideous in any movie. Me, Mom, I want Carrie Bradshaw. Mom, we have Carrie Bradshaw. Wait a minute, y'all. This is a mess. This is absolutely a mess. All right, let's continue. Baldoni approached Lively in her trailer to discuss the necessary wardrobe adjustment and his desire to have more control over wardrobe decision going forward. Before this meeting, Baldoni texted Heath saying he was terrified of saying the wrong thing and asked Heath to send him some prayers. The meeting lasted an hour and a half, as noted in the Daily Wrap email. Lively's CRD complete falsely characterized the exchange as a lengthy outburst that delayed filming and caused the crew to wait for hours while Baldoni cried in Lively's dressing room. Baldoni did briefly become emotional during the conversation, but only in response to what he believed was a genuine compliment from Lively, praising his work as a director and actor. Baldoni later realized this was the first of many manipulations by Lively, who in that moment was trying to convince Baldoni to continue her autonomy over the wardrobe. We got that. May 16th, later that day, Lively texts Baldoni to request another meeting with him and the other producer to discuss wardrobe. Baldoni agrees. After shooting wrap, producer, Sony executive Heath and Baldoni approach Lively's makeup trailer. Heath knocks on the door and is invited in. Present in the room are Lively's nanny, makeup artist, and assistant, while Lively is having body makeup removed. She was not topless, as she claimed in her complaint. She was either nursing or pumping while fully covered. Lively asked Heath to face the wall while they determine a time to meet with the other producers, who are standing just outside the door. Weeks later, on June 1st, 2023, Lively accuses Heath of making eye contact with her while she had asked him to face the wall. While Heath does not remember doing so, he sincerely apologized if he made made momentary eye contact with Lively while conversing, acknowledging that it was possible he may have out of habit. Lively stated that she didn't think he was trying to cop a look, and they moved on. Okay. This makes no sense to me. Weeks later, Lively accused Heath of making eye contact. When you're speaking with somebody, am I missing something where you're not supposed to make eye contact? What am I missing here? Because when you speak to somebody, you're supposed to make eye contact. And he apologized for making eye contact. Is Jamie Heath a black man? Because that's the only thing that makes this why there's such a big, because everybody, when you speak to somebody, you're supposed to make eye contact. Now I can see if she said, oh, he was trying to look down at my boobs or something, but she's talking about eye contact. And this is concerning to me. Is he a black man, Jamie Heath, or a biracial man? Y'all let me know down in the comments, because I don't understand this. And this must have slipped over my head before when I read it in the complaint. With her, while she had asked him to face the wall. While Heath does not remember doing so, he sincerely apologizes if he made momentary eye contact with Lively while conversing, acknowledging that it was possible he may have out of habit. Of course, because when you speak to somebody, you make eye contact with him. Lively stated that she didn't think he was trying to cop a look, and they moved on. Y'all, if Jamie Heath is a black man, this gives me racial vibes, racist vibes, because I you all let me know. Please let me understand or help me to know if Jamie. Well, let me look him up. Y'all know I'm silent. I'm silent because I need to. Just things always seem to when people don't think things make sense, they make perfect sense. That's Jamie Heath. That's why that makes okay. It's making perfect sense to me now. This is Jamie Heath. So I'm going to read that again. Later that day, Lively texts Baldoni to request another meeting with him and the other producers to discuss wardrobe. Baldoni agrees. After shooting wraps, producer, Sony executive, Heath and Baldoni approach Lively's makeup trailer. Heath knocks on the door and is invited in. Present in the room are Lively's nanny, makeup artist, and assistant, while Lively is having body makeup removed. She was not topless, as she claimed in her complaint. She was either nursing or pumping while fully covered. Lively asks Heath, and we see him right here, to Lively asks Heath to face the wall while they determine a time to meet with the other producers who were standing just outside of the door. Weeks later, on June 1st, 2023, Lively accuses Heath of making eye contact with her. She has asked him to face the wall. While Heath does not remember doing so, he sincerely apologized if he made momentarily eye contact with Lively while conversing, acknowledging that it was possible he may have out of habit. Of course, it's out of habit because when you speak to somebody, you give them eye contact. Lively stated that didn't think he was trying to cop a look, and they moved on. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Uh-oh, what happened to my hmm, what happened to it? Give me one moment. Here we go. I'm hot. I'm gonna tell you, I can't even hide the fact that I'm hot. Why does it go away? Here we go. I'm hot. Heath pleads with Lively to consider having the meeting the next morning to avoid her getting home too late and losing shoot time with the following day. The conversation in Lively's makeup trailer lasts only a couple of minutes, and they agree to meet with the rest of the producers in her personal trailer. 10 minutes later, they meet and discuss the wardrobe at length. Any suggestion that Heath stared at her inappropriately is not only blatantly false, but also difficult to believe, especially in such a setting. Furthermore, Lively's complaint incorrectly states that Lively intended to speak with the producers about unprofessional behavior on this day. As this timeline shows, the alleged inappropriate behavior Lively describes in her complaint had not yet occurred, and the conversation concerned only wardrobe and production. And I don't know, again, if Jamie Heath is on this thing, I don't know why he didn't put on here that he felt like he was being racially talked down to, or whatever the terminology is, because that is some BS, complete and utter BS. And I guess I don't know what I would think about someone who got married on a plantation, but I'm gonna continue. Lively, May 17th, 2023. Lively continued to share her open and unguarded thoughts on life and her character. She talked about wardrobe choices to make her character, quote, much sexier. She sends Baldoni the following text, notably using, quote, sexy in both person and over text to describe her character. Lively took no issue in using the word sexy herself, and set the precedent for the use of the word being acceptable as it is in customary colloquial exchanges. That's the beanie incident. May 22nd, 2023, Lively and Baldoni perform a scripted kiss in the scene in which their characters get engaged at the hospital. In the sequence, Lively pulls Baldoni in to kiss her. It is clear Lively was initiating the kissing. In one take, she pulls Baldoni in and kisses him once, and in another twice. Lively determined the number of kisses based on what she felt necessary for the scene. Though Lively improvised the number of kisses in the scene, make no mistake, the kiss itself was written into the script and was in no way improvised. Contrary to Lively's CRD complaint, there was no inappropriate approved improvised kissing on set. Any improvisation was made by Lively herself. Note, no intimacy coordinator was present on the set for this day, as it is standard when two professional actors with over 3 decades of combined work experience perform a scene in which only kissing is involved and no other intimacy, nudity, or simulated sex is required. Furthermore, during preparations, Lively and her attorneys did not indicate in her nudity rider that she wanted an intimacy coordinator present for scenes involving only kissing. Instead, in line with industry practice, focused solely on bringing one on for simulated sex and nudity scenes. And here is the scene that they were talking about. Shoot day number 6, Lively prepares to shoot the hospital scene in which her character Lily gives birth. In Lively's December 2024 complaint, Lively alleges that during a birthing scene, she was mostly nude with her legs spread wide in stirrups and only a small piece of fabric covering her genitalia, and that there was non-essential persons present. This allegation is knowingly false. To begin with, to describe Lively as mostly nude and naked from below the chest down is inaccurate. Lively was wearing black briefs in a pregnancy suit that covered her midsection, and her top was covered by a hospital gown. Additionally, in Lively's complaint, she stated that she was alarmed that Baldoni had hired his best friend as the OBGYN. The actor portraying the obstetrician is an award-winning Shakespearean-trained actor with an MFA in acting from UCLA. In addition to appearing on numerous hit television shows, he has toured nationally with a Tony Award-winning acting company and attended Oxford's acting program on a full scholarship. His engagement was no different than the engagement of Lively's sister, who was hired because she is Lively's sister. Despite their personal relationship, they are both experienced professional actors. Lastly, in Lively's complaint, she stated that the set was crowded, chaotic, and utterly lacking in standard industry protections for filming nude scenes. For one, Lively was not nude, nor did the set diverge from industry standards. Further, closed set protocols were followed every day on set. Note, Lively alleges that Steve Sarowitz was present for the filming of the birthing scene. This is entirely false. Mr. Sarowitz arrived later in the day after the birthing scene had already been shot. And they show, I guess this is some production notes about what they were going to do. They were saying no closed sets, no visitors on set without prior approval, no personal cameras on set, no forced calls. The crew call was 8 a.m. Shoot call was 10 a.m. This was supposed to be the Boston Grace Hospital, Roxbury General Hospital. Please be prepared to wear a mask when working around the newborn babies. May 23rd, 2023, at the end of shoot day number 6 on May 22nd, 2023, Baldoni praised Lively. In turn, Lively expressed her regard and appreciation for Baldoni while acknowledging she could be, quote, difficult and critical of others. And then we have the text messages to go over this. Ooh, child, we are just in May. May 23rd, 2023, shoot day 7, Baldoni, during a scene in which the cast was wearing loose-fitting onesies, attempts to give Lively directorial feedback regarding the wardrobe and encourages her to remove her coat to reveal her onesie to match the rest of the cast, who were also dressed in onesies. In Lively's complaint, she alleged that Baldoni used the word sexy in a tone that made her feel ogled and exposed. However, Baldoni, as the director, noted that The look would be sexy, referencing the wardrobe for the scene, not Lively personally. Lively had previously mentioned verbally and in text that she wanted her wardrobe to be sexy. His statements were immediately followed by a gesture indicating that Lively had something in her teeth and a request for someone on set to get her a toothpick. This exchange, all of which was captured on camera, was bookended by Baldoni's immediate recognition that Lively appeared offended. Baldoni offered multiple apologies to Lively moments later, despite the fact that he was merely doing his job. And here is the shoot day call sheet. That's what it's called. Everything in there. Again, it says here closed set, no visitors on set without prior approval, no personal cameras on set or forced calls. This is where the scenes were supposed to be shot. These are the cast members that are supposed to be there. Da 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 da. And we continue. May 23rd, 2023, later that day, during this action sequence, Lively and Baldoni's characters would kiss, which is all caught on camera. Lively's complaint later accused Baldoni of discreetly biting and sucking on Miss Lively's lower lip during a scene in which he improvised numerous kisses on each take. As shown in the below script page, the kissing was not improvised. Riley kisses. Okay. Woo. This movie sounds very. It's a lot of scenes in there like this, huh? During lunch on May 23rd, 2023, as part of a continued creative decision that Baldoni and Lively were having about the hospital birthing scene, Baldoni asked Heath to show Lively his wife's post-home birth video, stating to Heath that Lively had not seen one and was presumably interested in watching. Baldoni himself had seen the video prior and felt it was demonstrative of the spirit of his vision for a birthing scene. Heath agreed to share this deeply personal video and approached Lively with the video in hand. He proceeded to show her 1 second of it before Lively asked if Heath had permission to share the video, to which Heath confirmed that he did. Lively stated she would like to see the video, but asked to watch it after finishing her lunch. Heath did not press the matter and moved on. Note, Lively never did see the video beyond the 1 second clip shown to her. The video in question showed Heath and his wife cradled in their newborn. Let me just move up there. Anyway. The video in question showed Heath and his wife cradling their newborn daughter post-birth. Notably, his wife was not in labor in the video. In fact, the video begins with the cries of the baby while she's resting on the mother's chest. A still image of this moment is included below. Heath's wife remains covered with a towel for the duration of the video, submerged in water and holding her newborn. This entire interaction between Heath and Lively lasted less than 30 seconds. Lively later likened this 1 second clip to pornography and stated that Heath showed her a video of a fully nude woman with her legs spread apart. The attempt to transform this benign event into an act of sexual misconduct is intentionally offensive, and to characterize a photo with a newborn baby as pornographic is pervasive. All right. Y'all have to go to that evening. Baldoni's character, this is May 23rd, filmed a romance montage. They have the information. May 25th, 2023, Lively learns that crew members had called out sick with COVID and as a result requested that testing be conducted on set. Despite the return to work agreement expiring, which laid out COVID protocols on set, there was still a remaining SAG protocol that if an actor requests those working in extremely close proximity to him or her be tested, they must do so. Production complied and informed crew members in close proximity to the cast that they should report for testing the following morning. Contrary to Lively's complaint, which stated that Wayfair failed to implement COVID protocols on set, production was under no obligation to conduct regular testing unless specifically requested by an actor, which they did. The email below shows one of the film's executive producer notifying the crew of the following day's mandatory testing. And here is the email. On May 25th, 2023, later that evening, Lively informed production that she became ill. Production offered to send someone to her house to test her and her family, but she declined. Lively did not return to production until June 1st, contrary to Lively's complaint, which stated that production deliberately withheld COVID cases from her. Production was not obligated to inform Lively, nor were they aware of any crew member in her close proximity who had tested positive. May 26, Baldoni texts Lively to let her know that he is committed to making things run smooth across the board. And there's his text for his apology. I'll let you look at it if you want to stop the screen and read it. May 29th, 2023, Wayfair was made aware that Lively had placed a call to the film Sony's executive to share a few grievances. Here we go. It says the first one she shared with Sony was that Baldoni's sexy comment about the wardrobe of her character Lily, which, as previously contextualized, was benign and mischaracterized by Lively, who took the comment personally. Video documentation clearly shows the comment was made in a non-provocative tone by a director to his actress and was not as Lively described. He showed her a post-home birth video. Lively shared her grievance about the first AD suggested that she be replaced. She and the second AD, who's also a woman, were shortly thereafter let go. Baldoni and Heath were told that during the call, the Sony executive asked Lively if she wanted to take any formal actions regarding her remarks. Lively responded that she was not interested in pursuing anything formally. Following the conversation, Sony executive informed Baldoni and Heath of Lively's narrative, both whom were stunned by the framing of events. In her later CRD complaint, filed more than a year and a half later, Lively distorted the nature of this call, claiming she had contacted the Sony executive, specifically to file an HR complaint, and was told Sony was powerless to act. I've asked this question over and over again, and we don't seem to come to an answer for this. Sony executive specifically, that she had contacted the Sony executive specifically to file an HR complaint and was told Sony was powerless to act. You were going to file an HR complaint and was told that Sony was powerless to act. And yet Sony's name is nowhere near any of this stuff. This makes no sense to me. This account is highly dubious, as Lively's pattern of successfully getting her demands met makes it difficult to believe that she would have been dissuaded so easily from pursuing formal action if that had been her true intent. Moreover, Sony immediately informed Wayfair, stating that the complaints were not sexual in nature, that Lively did not want to file a formal complaint, and that she simply wanted to bring it to their attention so that they would be more mindful going forward. Why would she need to do that if Sony was who everyone seems to believe that, they were just out here buying and everything like this? Why is everything being run by Sony? Why is Sony having questions about certain things? But let's get back up here. These were her grievances. The sexy comment, we know that this has been they have video evidence to say that they're going to debunk this. This right here, I know that they thought that this was innocuous or anything like that. And I know from the way it reads again, from the way they have it reading in here, it seems like Baldoni talked to Blake about some things. And I don't know if it doesn't give me the impression that he was really that Blake wanted to see the picture. And I would just tell you, I would be a little unnerved about seeing that too. I know birth is a beautiful thing. Please don't get me wrong. But I don't know if I want to be shown a home birth picture or to be excited to see a home. I don't know if I want to see somebody else's home birth picture. So I will give her that. And Lively shares her grievances about the first assistant director suggested that she be replaced. She and the second AD, who was also a woman, were shortly thereafter let go because they probably had enough foresight to see that she was going to be an issue and a problem. May 30th, 2023, Baldoni, reflecting on his conversation with Sony executive number one on May 29th, 23, regarding Lively's framing of the sexy comment and birth video, decides to draft a note for Lively in an effort to rebuild rapport and clear the air. However, Baldoni also sensed that Lively was intentionally manipulating the facts. Despite this, Baldoni asked producer one to pass along the following note to Lively. And here it is. Upon returning to production, Lively requested a meeting with Baldoni and the film's producers, during which she shared a series of grievances that she appeared to have spent the 5 days overanalyzing. From the onset, it was clear that she had scrutinized every minor interaction perceived slight from the previous week. In the meeting, Lively revisited the sexy comment, an issue Baldoni had already apologized for twice. First, minutes after the incidents on May 23rd, 2023, and again later, Lively herself had previously acknowledged and seemingly accepted the apology. Despite this, Baldoni apologized a third time in an effort to move forward. Additionally, she accused Heath of looking at her on May 16th when she had specifically asked him to turn his back during a conversation in her makeup trailer. Heath explained that he hadn't realized he looked at her, but apologized nonetheless. Lily acknowledged, "I know you weren't trying to cop a look." I had to calm down, and now I got angry again. Lily further claimed that Heath had shown her a video of his wife's home birth and thought it was pornographic. Heath, shocked by this characterization, confirmed that she did in fact understand that it was a video of a post-birth recording of his wife and newborn daughter. He also explained that Baldoni had asked him to show the clip to Lively as part of a creative decision, and that Lively actually had not seen the video. Despite the explanation, Heath paused, but that's a little shaky, Heath. I'm going to tell you it's a little shaky because Baldoni can't tell you to show that. You in my head, it would have been the three of y'all would have met and you would have said, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know this is Baldoni. Blake, I have excuse me. Heath has a picture of the post-birth of his daughter, and this is the vibe that I'm trying to get. Would you like, would it be okay for me to show you this video instead of Heath running over there showing her the video?" The meeting underscored the escalation tensions with Lively, using the opportunity to air grievances over interactions that the team had believed were already resolved. And so here is the text with that. Let's read those because I don't think I've seen these. Blake Lively, morning. If you guys want to have a 5-minute check-in before rehearsal, I can pop out of makeup early and meet you in my trailer, eager to get back to work on a solid track. Or I can travel early before Brandon if we have somewhere on set. Producer, absolutely. Can we do immediately after rehearsal so the crew can jump in to work? Producer, there's a private holding room on set, or we can ride back to base with you. Blake Lively, liked. There is a private holding room on set where we can whatever. Producer, see you soon. Jamie Heath, wonderful, sounds great. See you shortly. Important note, neither during this meeting nor at any other point during production did Lively bring up any more serious allegations that she would later include in her complaint. We've included the fact of the matter above for the sake of timeline, while fully believing that these allegations were only added to Lively's complaint to bolster her claim and not as reflection of the truth. So this answers my question when we saw in December about there were problems on set. And so I guess in that memo, the problems on set were the things that we're talking about that happened in May. That's the feeling that I'm getting, that the problems that they had on set were the things about this picture being shown and about this sexy comment and about the kissing or whatever, and the intimacy coordinator wasn't there. but Justin's complaint does outline that during scenes like that, there is no intimacy coordinator. Now, if they had to get booty butt naked, then intimacy coordinator would be on set, but not during the kissing scenes. And from what they're saying or outlining, that this is standard protocol for that. Now, I do remember P in the I remember you saying in the comment, I do remember you saying in the comments that wait till we got to the thing that the nudity rider wasn't signed. And I think we had established that because also it seems like some kind of employment agreement wasn't assigned to. And we went over that during the when we were reading the lawsuit, that there were some things that weren't signed. But I'm glad to understand and finally know that that email that we got in December had to do with this stuff that we're talking about now. Let me see what you all are talking about. The writer strikes first and the actor strike. Ryan was already a member of the Writers Guild Association. Is it the Writers Guild of America or the Writers Guild Association? So he was scabbing. I'm not sure if I'm being clear. Okay, we're gonna keep going. What I don't understand is, yes. I know she did. She was lying. Okay. Sony is a distributor of the movie. If a studio is complacent with SH, Sony will not go there and fix it for them. Okay. And I can somewhat understand that. Here's another question I have. And y'all think Renata, because she's been conversing with me in the comments and of under my videos and giving me a whole lot of information about that whole process and stuff like that. And I do appreciate that. So answer me this. What role is Sony playing? Because if she's able to go back to Sony and say, I'm not going to do this and I'm not going to do that, but yet and still Sony says the production is supposed to be for the production, this production studio, this production team. Why would they have so much control about who was going to be on, because excuse me. From what I've read is that they contracted with Ryan Reynolds, something with his company to do something to do with the premiere, and also they contracted with his company to do some of the edits and rewrites, and who was paying for that? If Sony didn't have as much power as we're saying that they did, how come they had power enough to remove this person out of the production? That's the question that I'm asking, because I just feel like Sony should have if Sony can make these types of decisions, then they should, if the decisions don't work out, what they should also be culpable for those things. Y'all let me know. And thank you so much for the comment when you give it. Hey. Hello. Ryan Reynolds marketing company. Yes. Yes, she was. And see, that's the thing. Sony gave her, because when we read this timeline, Wayfair had already had a marketing plan for the premiere. And then when all of this starts kicking up, they give her the budget or whatever to do this marketing plan and kick Wayfair basically out of it, but Wayfair is having to pay for it. And my question is, if Wayfair had to take responsibility for this and they're still paying, they had to pay for it, and if they're still having to pay for this marketing plan, how is Sony's not getting involved in this, but Sony's going to get involved in the other stuff? Sony got involved when there was a negative feedback in regards to the wardrobe. They were all over that. They were all over hiring a new marketing approving a new marketing strategy for the release of this movie. But this right here, that they don't have any type of thing. But then Sony executives are meeting in the movie. They're meeting. I'm just confused as to what role that Sony is supposed to play in all of this. Sony was a distributor and paid part of the promotion of the movie as Baldoni's filing fiction. So that means that they provided some money for this production, and they are also paying for the distribution of this film. Are those two separate things, or is that all put into the one contract? And I'm telling y'all, I love y'all. I love y'all. When y'all can make me go through here and think about all of this stuff as I'm reading it, just not just to just read it out, and we have like a good conversation about it. I clearly love you. Got you. Okay. So let's continue. I wanted to make sure that let's finish this this timeline, because we're in June 2023. After sharing her thoughts during the meeting of June 1st, 2023, Lively was still comfortable inviting Baldoni into a trailer to rehearse the lines together while she pumped. I'm going to leave that up so I'll have a place of where I left off in the comments. And just to be honest with you all, I know that people try to work together in this in the spirit of kumbaya. But after she had made that complaint about being shown that video, and again, I give it to her because I personally think that that's inappropriate. But after that, I'm not wondering if Baldoni understood. There would be no way that I would go into a trailer with her pumping. She'd have to finish pumping in order for us to rehearse lines. I just wouldn't put myself in a situation where somebody would then be able to say, oh, you really wanted to look at her. You kept going in the trailer while she was pumping. You know, it's I don't know. June 3rd, after facing pressure from Sony and one of the film's producers, who believed Lively was no longer responding favorably to the first assistant director, Baldoni and Heath made the difficult decision to dismiss the first AD, despite feeling she was being unfairly scapegoated. In their text exchange, both expressed discomfort with the decision. This move created turmoil on the set. Again, here's where I have a question. Their hands are up during those types of things, but I'm telling you, they are beating the desk when it comes to removing people and all this other stuff, and changing the marketing direction and all this other stuff. I don't understand that. You can have your foot on someone's neck about one thing, but then act like you don't know. Your hands are, I can't do anything about this, or I don't know anything about this. Sony is playing two sides to the middle, and I don't like that. This move created turmoil on set, as the first AD played a pivotal role in production, making her replacement a significant challenge. Nonetheless, they ultimately conceded to Lively and Sony's request to replace her. And here is the text messages that they intercounted. Heath informed the first AD that she would be replaced. Meanwhile, Lively prepared to film an emotionally intense scene in which her character, alone in a bathroom, reflects on the abuse she endured from her fictional husband. A closed set production was implemented that day, restricting visitors without prior approval to ensure privacy and focus. Lively, who had rewritten the scene herself, was deeply attuned to its intimate and emotional nature and played a significant role in directing the action. Notably, Baldoni's character was not involved in the scene. And here we go again. They even had a safety meeting will be held at called on set. And here we go. On June 5th, WGA picketers arrived on day 13 of the shoot, forcing production to act quickly to keep filming on schedule. In response, producers devised a solution to shoot on a boat, far from the sound of picketers' horns. The team spoke to a boat owner and worked out a deal to shoot on a boat. After rehearsing a scene to shoot there, along with a romance montage moment, they were about to have a boat leave the dock and then picketers arrived. At that point, Lively wouldn't cross the picket line, so we called lunch. Despite being obligated by her union to continue shooting, Lively refused to do so. According to the SAG-AFTRA website, SAG-AFTRA has a no strike clause in our codified basic agreement at section 3 that states the union agrees that during the effective term hereof, it will not call or engage in a strike affecting motion picture production against any producer sign is that signatory here too. All of these big words. So here's a text in regards to that. Here is the screenshot taken from the SAG website. On June 5th, 2023, Baldoni, still feeling terrible about letting the first AD go, shared that he wanted to reach out. Below is the text exchange between Baldoni and Heath. And here we go. Lively and Baldoni still remain cordial and kind over text. Here are those text messages to show that. June 10th, recognizing that it had been a tough week with multiple production shutdowns due to picketers and an extra shoot day added on Saturday to make up for lost time, Baldoni sent a text to Lively stating, "I just want to thank you for giving it 110% this week. I know how hard it must be shooting." And here's the text messages to indicate what's being said. Lively asked Baldoni for access to the dailies via text messages. "Hey, would you mind giving me access to dailies? And I'm curious which takes you liked of the scene you showed. My manager, Blank, flew out to visit set and leaves tomorrow a.m. He heard about it from Blank, and I'd love to show him. I appreciate you may be too slammed right now to make this happen, but maybe someone else can facilitate. Thank you so much." This is where I had an issue. Baldoni shares with his production team Lively's unorthodox request to see the dailies. Concerned about Lively's tendency to overstep and take control, Baldoni consulted his producing team on how to best respond. The team unanimously advised against granting her access, fearing she might start to edit the movie and dictate which takes to use. A concern that ultimately proved accurate, however, as a gesture of goodwill, which to me he had no authority to do. Sending her a curated 5-hour playlist instead. The producers told you don't send her nothing. Nothing. Due to the ongoing WGA picketing, Baldoni, Heath, and Wayfarer made the difficult decision to shut down production until the strike was resolved. So then they go in here, IEW production shutdown. June 15, the production on the film was temporarily halted on June 14 due to WGA picking. The next day, June 15, production was notified that the WGA had agreed not to picket their set, allowing filming to continue. Production attempted to reach out to Lively to stay until the 23rd as originally planned, but she had already made arrangements to join her husband in London and refused to return. In total, Lively shot for 16 days during phase 1 of production. Below is an email from but she had already made arrangements to join her husband in London and refused to return. So do y'all think that little scene with the nice pool could have been done at this time? I'm just asking. Below is an email from It Ends With Us production attorney notifying Lively's lawyer that despite Lively's inavailability, production has not shut down, and further inquired about the status of the still unsigned certificate of engagement, the preliminary contract required before commencing work. This email was sent June 21st. So not only has she not signed the nudity rider, she hadn't signed her certificate of engagement. So was she technically supposed to be working? Because she's done 16 days without a nudity rider and without the signature to her certificate of engagement. Let's continue. June 16, Wayfair undertook a significant and costly effort to rework the shooting schedule, prioritizing scenes featuring the younger version of the characters who had not shot any scenes thus far over those requiring Lively. This was no small task as it involved relocating to different locations, securing revised shooting permits on short notice, and coordinating adjustments to travel plans and accommodation for cast and crew. The logistical challenges were immense, but the team worked tirelessly to maintain the film's momentum and ensure a smooth transition. Alex Neusteider participated in an onset electronic press kit interview designed for the film's promotional campaign. Below are the questions and the producer's responses, highlighting his experiences on set and his thoughts on working with Baldoni. And here are the, I'm not fixing to read that. She's the young Lily. All right. Important to note, Isabella and Alex shared these statements regarding their working experience with Baldoni prior to spending time with Lively during the promotional tour of the film. Brandon participated in the onset EPK interview designed for use in the film's promotional campaign. Below are the questions and Brandon's responses, focusing on his experiences on set and his thoughts with working with Baldoni. Let you all read that. You can pause the screen to read it. Sounds like that they had a good working relationship with Justin Baldoni. No, not all cast members participated in the EPK interview. June 26th, Lively checks in from London to send well wishes and request access to select scenes that Baldoni has prepared. So you can't be on set, but you definitely want to be able to check up on the work that's being done and check the scenes that have been prepared. The two co-stars remained in open communication. Final days of shooting phase 1. Production will go on hiatus until the WGA and the SAG strike has been resolved. So here is looks like the shooting schedules with production notes. It's a pretty calendar. July 11th, Isabella Fiera reaches out to Baldoni 2 weeks after production had wrapped to share her gratitude for the experience and kind words about Baldoni, and specifically thanking Baldoni for creating such a comfortable, safe space. Baldoni reciprocates the compliments, and here they are. On July 19th, Lively again reaches out to check in with Baldoni during the SAG strike to inquire about Baldoni's assembly cut and to request access to the dailies for a second time. Her first request was on June 13th. Baldoni, feeling it was too early to share, promised to send her cuts as soon as he's ready. Lively reluctantly paid nominal lip service of the notion to nominal lip service to the notion that Baldoni, the film director, was entitled to the time and space needed for his directorial cut, but continued to push. Baldoni did not assent to this request and said he was excited to show her when the time is right. Here are the text messages. As promised, Baldoni reached back out to Lively and shared with her his favorite scenes, expressing his excitement to show her more in person when they resumed production. A day later, Lively disregards the note about the film and instead thanks him for the matcha machine. Lively's agent and manager reach out to Heath, requesting that Baldoni fly to New York to show Lively the assembly cut of the film. Heath responds that Baldoni is not available to travel at that time, but looks forward to showing her the rough cut when they resume production shortly. And it looks like these are the text messages between there. November 8th. In anticipation of the SAG strike ending soon, Heath reaches out to Lively's representative to share her shooting schedule, which was set to resume on November 15th. Here it is. Here's the shooting schedule. Heath reaches out to Lively's lawyer about getting aligned, informing her that production was on the ground in New Jersey and eager to get started. November 9th, on the very day that SAG-AFTRA strike ended, Baldoni, the studio, and the producers was eager to resume production. However, their plans was disrupted by an unexpected email from Lively's lawyer. The email contained a 17-point list of non-negotiable conditions that Lively demanded to be met before she returned to work. The list, both in tone and content, appeared to insinuate or outright allege that Baldoni, Heath, and others had engaged in sexual inappropriate conduct during filming. And so we are very much aware of this 17-point plan. And here is the email. We have read that before in the initial complaint. Heath contacted Sony to gather their perspective on the 17-point list of to return to work conditioning, aiming to ensure that any feedback or concern from their team were also addressed. Sony's counsel shared their point of view as outlined in the email below. We've read that email. On November 10th, a producer's emails Heath and other members of production notified them that Lively would be available to start December 5th. They also shared that Lively would like to see new script pages and a one-liner. These demands, presented separately as the lawyers were discussing the 17-point list, had nothing to do with, quote, safety, and appeared to be another condition before Lively would return to production. They were further addressed in an email between Wayfarer's attorney and Lively's attorney the following day. Production counsel responds, seeking clarification and stating, Wayfarer, Sony, and production respectfully acknowledge that your client has concerns regarding safety, professionalism, and workplace culture. Although our perspective differs in many aspects, ensuring a safe environment for all involved is paramount, irrespective of differing viewpoints. So I guess here's what they responded to. While working through Lively's protection letter for her return to work, Wayfarer counsel, seeking to keep the production on track, reaches out to Lively's lawyer, agent, and manager, send over the requested production material. What was it? One-liner, schedule new script, da-da-da-da-da. Additionally, Wayfarer's counsel sought to coordinate a time for Lively to view the rough cut as promised, all in the effort to maintain production costs, because that's what she wanted in the first place. And I don't care what y'all tell me. That's what she wanted. So she did that so she can have access to how the cut looked to her. And you're not going to make me believe that during all of this, she was meeting Wayfarer's counselor, her counselor were conversing, but you're not going to make me believe that Blake Lively was not conversing with whomever it was that she needed to converse with over at Sony. November 13th, after some back and forth with Lively's counsel, the Lively camp response made it clear that the list was not open for negotiation, because they started, but they said that it was not open for negotiation. November 15th, in light of learning that Lively will not be available for a November shoot, production reworked the schedule to begin in December instead. Heath shared the director's notes, the updated schedule, and the notes regarding the rough cut with Lively's agent. This is a copy of that. Here is the schedule. November 20th, 2023, a Sony executive notifies Wayfarer that Lively has approved the A-list producer and introduces him to Baldoni and Heath. Because if you remember, that was one of the things that she wanted a producer on the show, a different producer on the show. So they have worked that out with Sony and all this. Like I said, Sony has their nose dug in one aspect of something, but they act like they can have their nose dug into another aspect of it. And that's what I'm confused and I just don't respect that. November 22nd, 2023, despite working around the clock to meet the December 11th shoot date, Lively was ultimately unavailable and production was once again rescheduled to start in January. December 27th, Baldoni emailed his team of producers with notes on his revised script, expressing sadness and frustration over Lively's takeover of a film they had spent years developing, writing, and funding. Having no energy left to fight, he reluctantly declared he was waving the white flag and submitting, and he would give Lively 98% of what she wants. He also conveyed serious concern over handling the intimacy scenes, giving the accusation inherently in Lively's return to production demands. Baldoni asked his producing partners for guidance. It's almost too late for that because that should have been taken care of at the beginning. She should have only been able to do what she was contractually that she was contracted to do. And you all, the production, Jamie Heath, all of you all, that this is partly your fault. Lively emails Baldoni to request a meeting at her apartment. Again, no. After you've been accused of doing all of this stuff, there's just no way in the world would I meet up at her apartment. There's just no way that I would do that. If you've got issues and problems with that and you needed to meet, you could have met at the lawyer's office. And I think I've said this before, so I'm not going to harp on it again. But there would be no way in the world that I would meet at her home. January 4th, because this is when this whole meeting meeting took place. Baldoni, Heath, and a Sony executive, a producer, the A-list producer, and the film's first AD met at Lively and Reynolds' New York apartment ahead of the scheduled production restart on January 4th. The team arrived prepared with production binders in hand, eager to kick off the next phase of filming. However, Lively had different intentions for the meeting. She began by reading from notes on her phone, outlining a series of alleged infractions from phase 1. Reynolds then berated Baldoni, demanding Baldoni apologize to Lively for actions that either never occurred or had been grossly mischaracterized. Baldoni resisted apologizing for the things he had not done, which further enraged Reynolds. Everyone, including the new producer Lively had requested to join the production, and the Sony representative left the meeting in shock. The new A-list producer remarked that in their 40-year career, they had never seen anyone spoken to in such a manner during a meeting. Now, remember, this is who she wanted to be on this production. Later, the Sony representative shared that they often reflected on the meeting and regretted not intervening to stop Reynolds' tirade against Baldoni. Important note, though Lively's CRD complaint misleadingly suggests that the parties agreed to a list of 30 items during this meeting, many of the items listed in her complaint were entirely new, baseless, and never presented or discussed. The only document ever shared with the party was the 17-point return to production demands, which had been introduced on November 9th. So here we have from January 5th to February 9th, As Lively admits, filming concluded without any further grievances. February 22nd, Baldoni starts his final day back in the edit bay with his two editors. February 24th, Heath and Baldoni are form of Lively's request made through the quote A-list producer to join Baldoni in the editing bay. February 25th, Baldoni sends a group text to Lively and the A-list producer to inform her that he still needs a couple of weeks to get the film into a presentable shape. February 25th, he sends a text to his editors. We've read those. February 26th, Baldoni responds to Lively's request to be in the quote passenger seat, despite her infringement of his DGA protected time, and met with Lively's threats. See, all of these things, because production is over with at this point. She would have been left on red. Her and the producers, they would have been left on red until I had finished what I needed to finish. Now, Mr. A-list producer, you've done this for 40 years. How come you hadn't figured out that there's this time that you're supposed to allow a director to do his cut? So these are the text messages between them. On February 28th, Baldoni and Heath connect with a senior marketing executive to determine the best path forward with Lively regarding her desire to be involved in the edit and how they can all stay aligned. After the call, the Sony executive expresses to Baldoni, "We are all in it with you. At the end of this pain is a big win." March 8th, Baldoni and Wayfarer enlist Screen Engine to recruit a 100-person group, 90% female, to watch the current cut and provide feedback. Baldoni uses this result to further refine his director's cut. He shares the results and scorecards with Lively ahead of their planned collaboration in the edit. Note, this is not an official audience testing screening. March 9th, Baldoni shares the assembly cut of the film with Lively and informs her about the mini audience test screening. And here's the text messages for that. Baldoni texts his editors. Here are the text messages for that. March 11th, Lively watches the WIP assembly cut and informs Baldoni and the A-list producer via text that she will not be joining the edit today, will instead join the following day. March 12th, Lively joins the edit with Baldoni and his editor. She shares 7 pages of notes, which Baldoni and the editor spent hours implementing, despite Baldoni not agreeing with all of them. March 13th, despite sharing 7 pages of notes and requiring Baldoni to incorporate them, Lively didn't show up for day 2 in the edit with Baldoni. Heath checks in with Baldoni via text, and Baldoni shares the following. Let's see. "Hey man, this is Jamie Heath. Did she show up today?" Justin Baldoni: "No, I told her I would let her know." And then there's some texts down here that I can't read. And Jamie Heath has his hand, over his eye. "It's a sprint." Justin Baldoni: "It's a sprint. Someone needs to tell her. She doesn't get it. And I'm sure she thinks I don't get the fact that she's not promoting it until she gets what she wants." Let me see. We're on March 15th. Let me go back up. Here we go. Let's go back here. Kaya says, "Clearly Sony was pulling its weight against Justin after the New York Times threat." Wayfarer hired a wardrobe designer. It's Eric Damian, who worked on Gossip Girls and Sex in the City. The interview to Marie Claire about his work on It Ends With Us. Was this the initial person that was on the thing, or is this the second one that was hired? The one that Blake asked to be hired when she took over the wardrobe? Because we just read an email from someone saying that the budget imploded higher than what was originally mapped out to be. CC. They were about to film a birth scene. In that context, is very different from how she and you are talking about. It was harmless. And I will submit that. But still, harmless or not, I just think the way that it went around, the way it was presented, it would have bothered me, because I know that we're talking about birth scenes, because it would have been different. Like, hey, let's see if we can find, or if they were talking about birth scenes and he had a vision about the birth scenes, then I think prior to all of this, but to have James, because it seems like to me that Justin told the way it read to me, and you all let me know if it read any different to you, but the way it read to me was Blake and Justin were talking about this scene. Then Blake mentioned Justin mentioned to Lively Blake that Heath has a picture of, a text of that kind of stuff. I didn't hear where there was this thing about Blake saying, "Oh, cool, let me see." It just seems like then Baldoni went and told Heath, "Oh, this will be something real good for her to see. Go show it to her." See, and then here he comes with this look, this is my thing. She looks at it. Now, mind you, let's keep into play here. Let's keep all these little things in play here. You're talking about this birthing scene. Now, this is the same woman that told you can't give her no eye contact. So can you imagine now this man is coming to you, showing you the birth of his daughter with his wife? It's all about the context to me. Now, reading all that stuff, all of this is about context to me. Sony created a huge conflict of interest by hiring Ryan. They gave him too much power. Now, you talking about for the marketing plan or the editing part? Because it doesn't look like they knew anything. They hired his some kind of team for editing. Yeah, but they did. He couldn't be rude or change because it would be called a retaliation. Remember, he wasn't even allowed to be sarcastic. And somebody invites you for a trailer, you simply knock on the door and wait. But he was instructed to come in. Because if we're still talking about Jamie Heath and Blake Lively, he was instructed to come in. That retaliation point really ruined. Yeah, it did. It did. It did. Yes, but this was the florals was what Blake Lively wanted. That floral direction, and they told Sony told Baldoni and them that that's what they were going to go with. But that was initiated by Blake Lively. Oh, did I not have it on the screen? I'm so sorry, y'all. I took it off the screen because once I saw them in the tub, I took it off the screen, but I didn't realize that I had that I was no longer sharing it with you. I do apologize. I do apologize. Gotcha. And that was for the the contract to make sure that her money was in. And honestly, I don't blame that. Because before I do anything, I want my money too. that doesn't seem odd to me. That don't seem odd to me. Who we got? No, he sure didn't. He didn't say no. That's why I said that part of this is his responsibility, because again, she should have just been doing what she was contractually obligated to do. And I think that on that particular part, that was a problem. Now, when it comes to all of this smear campaign, to me, two things can be true at the same time. Baldoni them acquiesced too much for me, and Blake Lively is not as popular in the public as she believes that she is. You would believe so. You would believe so. Well, yeah, because in that 17-point thing that I would agree with you, Renata, he pretty much signed away all his stuff to be doing anything. And all of that was predicated on him acquiescing to her in the beginning when you had a producer telling you that this doesn't seem like the best option because it's holding up production. There would not be more late nights, one-on-ones, or texts. No, not after you've done all of that stuff. Even with that, in my head, it's an absolute no. It's an absolute no. Hey Dre, thank you so much for the $1.99 super sticker. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. He's the one he worked with Blake. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they had to, from what I understand, that if you are an actor or something and you use some of your own clothes or use some of your thing, those things have to be paid for. So I don't know what the going prices for some of that stuff is, but they did shop for some stuff too, because again, they had the initial wardrobe. She didn't like the initial wardrobe. And so they did shop for some of the pieces. But if that skirt that we saw was an indication of stuff they shop for, they should have left that junk in the store. Give me my money. But he didn't give her access to the dailies, which we know Ryan wanted. But she was saying like the her manager or somebody wanted some of that stuff too, which was a little odd to me, but let's continue, y'all. Baldoni, March 15th, 2024. Baldoni, keeping in mind Lively's threat not to promote the film, continues to encourage Lively to share thoughts with him and the editors while keeping her updated on the progress and all efforts to keep her happy. In the text, he also shares a comprehensive working update of the film based on the notes Lively provided. And here's those text messages if you want to go through them. April 3rd, Sony informs Wayfarer that Lively has escalated her demands, now requesting solo time in the editing suite with her own editor. A shocking and unprecedented overreach. To make matters worse, Wayfarer is told that Lively has made it clear that she will not promote the film unless this demand is met, knowing the failure of its lead actress to promote the film would be detrimental. This maneuver felt less like a professional request and more like extortion, holding the film's marketing efforts hostage to gain creative control. Wayfarer is left no choice but to agree. The gravity of allowing her access to the edit, a process typically reserved for the director and post-production team, is not lost on Wayfarer. It undermines the creative integrity of the project and sets a troubling precedent, all while amplifying tensions between Lively and the team. The A-list producer on April 4th reaches out to Lively and Baldoni in a group text to request that the three jump on a call to discuss the time-sensitive thing. Lively is not available this week to speak with Baldoni, and the A-list producer and ultimately did not speak to Baldoni directly about her demands. April 4th, faced with yet another unprecedented demand from Lively to edit the film on her own with her own editor, Wayfarer finds itself with no choice but to assent yet again. Wayfarer is forced to balance the need to keep the production on track while managing Lively's increasingly audacious request. Wayfarer reluctantly agrees to grant Lively 10 days in the editing room with her personal editor, with the understanding that her ideas will ultimately be incorporated in Baldoni's director's cut. This concession reflects Wayfair's continued effort to maintain progress while navigating an exceptionally challenging situation. With each ask, Lively makes it plainly known that if she's not given what she's want, she will not promote the film at all. Sony Marketing and Baldoni coordinate efforts to have Baldoni contend the book bonanza and show audience a surprise early screening of the film. In a group text April 18th involving the A-list producer, a Sony executive, Baldoni, and Heath, the team discusses the possibility of sending Baldoni's editor to New York since Lively preferred editor was not available. Heath emphasizes the importance of clarifying that while Baldoni had agreed to allow her into the editing process, it should not under any circumstance be interpreted as his endorsement of the idea. Baldoni's agreement was purely a concession to move forward, not a reflection of his confidence in or approval of the decision. Here's some more text messages. Below are texts between Baldoni and his editors discussing whether to have one editor fly to New York and work with Lively in person or remotely. Ultimately, it is decided to fly the editor out. As the editor stated, I want Blake to feel like she's getting what she wants so we can move on from this need of hers. And we've read those conversations. Lively and the editor work on her cut of the film at Wayfarers. And in the meantime, Baldoni continues cutting his version of the film, all the while believing that he will have the opportunity to consider incorporating Lively edits at a later date. April 23rd, Jamie Heath learns that Lively asked Sony to bring other creative collaborators into the cutting room with her. In response, a Sony executive relayed a firm message to Lively stating, "This is a Wayfarer movie. Wayfarer has final cut and runs the process. Sony is an investor and a distributor." The Sony executive hoped to reiterate that Lively needed Wayfarer's approval for any such involvement, reinforcing the boundaries of her creative control or creative role. Interesting. Because here's my question. Who is her Sony Connect? Because clearly Blake Lively understands or understood at that time that she can call Sony, whoever her Sony Connect was, and ask them for all of these things. But now on April 23rd, they decide to let her know that this is a Wayfarer movie. Wasn't it a Wayfarer movie at the beginning? How did it just become a Wayfarer movie on April 23rd, 2024? On the same day, a Sony executive informs Heath that Sony is holding firm in refusing Lively's request to bring others into the cutting room. Heath conveys Baldoni's growing frustration, noting that while Sony appears to bend over backwards to accommodate Lively's demands, they do not extend the same courtesy to him as a director. In response, the Sony executive acknowledged the imbalance and admitted that this was not a situation anyone at Sony had anticipated or wanted to be in, underscoring the complexity and the strain of managing the escalating tensions. I'll leave these up here if you all want to go over these texts, and feel free to pause the video so that you can continue to read these texts. But why? So Sony acknowledges this is a Wayfarer movie, but yet every point in turn, you insisted that Wayfarer acquiesced to certain things, and now you see that this is going to cause a bad precedent. And you don't want to be the cause of a bad precedent of actors just going in and taking over directors' editing rights. You don't want that to happen. So now all of a sudden, because see what it had to do with the promotion of the film, and it had to do with the big money of it. Oh, well, hey, you let her just let her go in and sit down, thinking that she wasn't going to be. You not anticipating, Sony. You're not anticipating that this is the same person that when you gave her an inch, she took a mile. If you gave her an inch when you allowed for her in pre-production to tweak the script, she took a mile. You then gave her an inch when it came to wardrobing. She took a mile. You even allowed for her to bring in somebody else to help with the wardrobe, and it was an utter disaster. So why is it that you thought giving her an inch in the editing room, because you've given her a mile on two separate other things, why did you think that when you got to the editing room, you gave her that inch, that she wasn't going to take the 10 miles? You had already given her, she's bored with that 1 mile. Now she wants 10 miles. And what makes you think that she wouldn't have want that? Now you're sitting in a situation that she's basically taken over the movie. But let's continue. Heath and Wayfair agreed to get the film back from Lively. Heath and Wayfair, eager to get the film back from Lively, asked the A-list producer to make it clear to Lively's agent that Wednesday, May 1st would be her last day in the edit. Still unsatisfied, this is April 30th, Lively demands another extension of her time in the cutting room, pushing the deadline from May 1st to May 8th. Adding to the audacity, Lively insists that Sony and Wayfair hire her personal editor, someone who she had worked with previously, most notably on projects with Reynolds. And this person worked on the Deadpool and Wolverine movie. Faced with this escalating situation, Wayfair considers granting the extension, but attaches a significant condition. Lively would need to sign her long overdue acting agreement. This document, which had been left unsigned for over a year, would prevent Lively from continuing to leverage her promotional participation as a bargaining tool. Wayfair's attorneys had been tirelessly trying to secure her signature, and this moment represented a pivotal opportunity to resolve the standoff. Renata. So if I'm reading this correctly, y'all people in the industry or people who understand this industry, so basically, if she hadn't signed this, she's basically been working without an agreement. They know that she's been working out of agreement. That's out of order. Is that lawful? Because if she was doing all this and she didn't have any agreement, y'all should have let her go. Why did y'all start day one of production? Y'all, I'm just shocked. I'm shocked and stunned, because this is something that should have been taken care of when you were trying, when she was getting you all to get this 17 point. But no. This should have been taken care of before she stepped foot on a production, whenever the first day of production in the cute little calendar, that should have been taken care of before she even stepped foot in there, before she did her first scene. Which then goes me going back to the fact that Jamie Heath and Justin Baldoni are not the people that they need to stay artistically as an artistic front and form of Wayfair. They really truly need to hire somebody with a little bit more business acumen than this. This is because I know a lot of people say, well, he's such a nice guy. Yes, he is. But we all know people take advantage of nice people all the time. And we want him to stay that nice guy. I'm not telling you all that I don't want him to stay that nice guy. But what I don't like to see is this is bad business. So yes, you're going to pull on people's heartstrings because he's such a nice guy. But we can't overlook that this is bad business. So now on April 30th, when you all have been filming since last or in pre-production since last March or April, you decided that she was going to work on this film in December of 2022. And see, this is the thing about having a backup plan. Because by February, because I understand, the holidays come around and all this other stuff. I understand all of that. But before you had stepped on that thing to and yelled action, that should have been signed. And to me, the reason why a backup plan is so important is that if she refused to sign it, you should have let know, okay, well, as you have, give her a deadline date not to have had this stuff signed and put into play. And if she hadn't signed it by that date, you still had enough time to get Scarlett Johansson. I'm just saying. Or whoever. And you probably could have gotten another actress that would have been able to do that at a much cheaper rate. They already paid her $3 million, and I saw that Justin only got $300,000 for this film, and he fully funded it. Again, I understand paying her a portion of the stuff, but she would have had to sign it or give that money back. As Renata said, that was just so unprofessional. But he probably got paid as a director and got $125 million into his company from Steve Sarowitz. Colleen Hoover only signed because they had the funds for the movie. Well, listen, somewhere, somehow, Gary, I think they got starstruck or something. I don't know if they got starstruck with Lively. Maybe they were thinking that Lively was their end to Ryan Reynolds or something. I don't know. But this is a cluster. This is a cluster F. But let's continue, y'all. Let me go through some of your comments and then we'll continue. If any studio director ever hires her for another job after this, I'll have to. Listen, Denise, I said in another live that I did, I think this was all part of the if we believe that Ryan Reynolds is the dastardly person that we believe that he is, that this was all part of his plan to keep her at home with the babies because that's what he likes. He wants to make sure that they're always in contact, and her reputation as far as out here working and doing stuff, that can all be control, be controlled. Now that's just me, but I would question anybody. But then again, I would, but then again, I'd also question Wayfair. In my opinion, Wayfarers, their leadership would have to be rearranged before anyone should be doing any more movies with them. Yep. Because the AD was they were sussing her out. They understood that. Yep. I really do. I think that they thought that this would be a good, because even when you look at the email that Justin sent Ryan, oh, he was fanboying a little bit. Mm. This is something. Yeah. I don't even doubt that, and I don't think that that's one of those moves that would be odd. I mean, you would be remiss if you are an actor and you are having the ability to act with a very prominent actor's wife. You would be remiss not to engage in niceties with them. All those things I think that I would do. But let's not forget that this right here, not signing this agreement, Heath clearly communicates Wayfarer's position in an email to Lively's representative, hoping to bring an end to the ongoing impasse while protecting the integrity of the production. Y'all, did he ever get it signed? Let's go. Heath is informed that Lively had told Sony Marketing that she would refuse to approve trailers, TV spots, and digital marketing assets if Baldoni acting credit appeared alongside hers. Sony Marketing, citing Lively's contractual approval rights over her image and likeness in promotion material, warns Heath that she could effectively block the release of almost every piece of promotional content featuring her face or name, essentially all of it. Faced with this leverage, Baldoni and This concession is yet another clear example of Lively's ongoing effort to diminish Baldoni's presence and influence on the project. There is no creative or professional justification for his name to be excluded. It is purely a result of her demands. The situation escalates further when on June 18, 2024, Sony requests that Baldoni's film by credit be removed from the film's poster, a move that reinforces Lively's wholesale erasure of his contributions as a request of this nature would have no meaning to Sony. It's clearly instigated by Lively. Did you get the paper signed? That's what I want to know. Did you get the paper signed? It doesn't look like you got the paper signed. And so, if there's anybody who with any celebrity legal experience, with her not having that paper signed, and her making, well, I guess because they signed that 17-point thing, so she was able to make those demands even if she didn't have that thing signed. Oh Lord, never mind. While Lively is holding the film hostage in the editing room, she is simultaneously stalling the film's marketing by refusing to approve key material, including the trailer release. With less than 3 months into the film's premiere, Sony becomes increasingly alarmed about the delayed rollout of the trailer, a cornerstone of the promotional campaign. In a text exchange between Heath, a Sony executive, and Sony marketing executive who had just spoken with Lively, they inform Heath of Lively's still escalating demands. Lively will not approve the trailer release unless she is granted more time in the editing room. And this was on May 2nd, 2024. Here is the text. Faced with Lively's extra straits, they concede. That's May 3rd. May 6th, Baldoni and Colleen Hoover host a trailer lunch event at the studio at Sony Studio Lot and shoot promotional content in support of the film. So there she is in support. On May 10th, on the final day in which she's approved to edit the film, Lively refuses to turn over her cut to the film's director and instead tells Sony that she wants to do a friends and family screening of her cut to gather feedback and continue working on her edit. This was, of course, at Wayfarer's and Sony's expense and not accounted for in the budget. Sony and Wayfarer do an official audience test of Baldoni's cut in Aliso Viejo, California. The film scored 94% with females under 35, the film's primary target audience. Both Sony and Wayfarer are ecstatic about this score. Baldoni shares the official audience test score with his editors. The trailer for the film is released to the world. Lively hosts a friend and family screening of her cut in New York. She does not share any audience feedback with Baldoni or the studios. Did y'all really think she would? Wayfarer is informed through Sony that Lively, emboldened by the feedback she received from her friends and family screening, demanded an official audience test screening of her version of the film. In light of Lively's threat to withhold promotion of the film, as well as her barely veiled threat to end Baldoni's career with a slew of false accusations, the studio reluctantly agreed to do an official audience test of both versions, again at Wayfarer and Sony's expense. This decision was made on the understanding that Lively had agreed with Sony that if Baldoni's director cut tested higher, she would drop them out and fully cooperate so Baldoni can finish the film without further interference. May 30th, Sony and Wayfarer held an official audience test screening of Lively's cut in Aliso Viejo, California. The result revealed that Lively's cut scored an 82% approval rating with females under 35, 12 points lower than Baldoni's version of 94. That same evening, a senior Sony marketing executive contacted Lively to discuss the scores. Instead of honoring her original promise, Lively rescinded it, doubling down on her. To make matters worse, I'm reading here. Lively further asserted that Colleen Hoover would also refuse to promote the film unless Lively cut was released. I bet she was pissed as pudding when she heard that Colleen was up here going out with Justin to on May 6th. So somewhere between May 6th and May 30th, she had a conversation with Colleen Hoover. And I've asked you all several times, where in the world is Colleen Hoover? Where are her text messages? Where is she? Why has she dropped off the face of the earth all of a sudden? This claim was deeply disheartening as the long-standing relationship between Colleen Hoover and Baldoni and Heath had been one of mutual respect, trust, and admiration. And I'm willing to bet you the same way Baldoni was trying to get in with the Ryan Reynolds, Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds probably just wooed and schmooed and all kinds of stuff with Miss Colleen Hoover, because she's got a lot of books. And apparently her books are huge on Book Talk over there on TikTok. So she sees that it might be a more prosperous relationship with Blake and Ryan, but there's a big problem in the front, and that's Justin Baldoni. Now, I did hear rumors saying that when they signed this option agreement, there was some kind of morality clause. Don't know. I have not seen it. They have not produced that paperwork. So it's still a rumor. So here's the cuts. And so this is the target audience that they were looking for. Even the target audience that now people 35 and over like Blake's cut, and they didn't like Justin Baldoni's cut, but that's not who they were looking at. And the men were just pretty much the same. And they didn't break them down as women and men. They didn't break them down like that. Once again, Wayfarer found herself no choice but allows you to continue her edits. By this point, it had become painfully clear to Baldoni and Wayfarer's team that Lively was determined to assume full control from the director, the financier, and the studio behind the picture. Because here's my point. Who is putting this money forth to all of this? Because at that point, that's who's supposed to have had a conversation with Blake Lively. Who's putting up the money? The money man should have had the conversation with Blake Lively. Oh, you want to do all of that? Fine. That's going to come out your salary. You want to do this? Oh, we'd be more than willing to do that. Let's let that come out your salary. Let me see. Here we go. All right. Okay, so we're here. Mm. Yeah, because even when we hadn't gotten there yet, because we're still in June, child. We're still in June. Let's see. People want to blame him for the actions of Blake, Ryan, Jones, and Sloan's plotting. I have to say, from all the evidence provided, that's horrible to blame the actual victim in this case. It's the jury who will determine who's the victim. Each lawyer presents a side and that's best for his client and hide what's detrimental. More will come out on all the parties. Yeah, because I still want to see this, see if this contract has a morality clause. I still want to see if that contract up there was ever signed. There's a lot of stuff that I want to see. Let's see. Look, it'll impress me, child. $350 million over a $25 million movie. Even with and without the Sony feels like it was a necessary evil to do to acquiesce to all of those things. Wayfarer, I don't know. The movie made a good amount of money despite all of the stuff that happened, but people are not looking at the cost of all this, because the way Blake Lively was allowed to hold this production hostage is going to be clear going forward that there is going to be clauses and all kinds of things going on with these actors and stuff like that about making sure that they stick to what they're contractually obligated to do. Don't go over and don't go under. If you're contractually obligated to be the actress in the scene, then you're going to be the actress in the scene. You don't get to rewrite the scenes. That's what the writers are there to do. It's gonna this is going to I personally believe that this is going to be one of those things that one of these little watershed moments that change the way some people do business. Now, people are going to tell you, don't do it the Wayfair way. Don't do it this way. Because this was such a passion project for you that you clearly overlooked some business things. And that's why I say, if Jamie and Baldoni are the artistic side of it, then they really need to have somebody who's business oriented, that doesn't care to know anything about the artistic side, but needs to understand the dollars and needs to understand the cents and needs to understand contracts and the importance of having contracts signed and the importance of, if we don't have this contract signed, we will not be doing business with you. The importance of having a second plan. So if she decided that she wasn't going to sign it, then you don't make any shoots with her. That's when you call in. Who's my favorite person? Scarlett Johansson. I think Justin was trying to do his best. I really don't think he did anything wrong. And this is, everything is a gray area. If we just look black and white, you'll miss it. But everything has gray areas. A lot of this stuff was done because she already has a manipulative personality. She already has a personality that doesn't fare well with the public. And like I said, two things can be right at the same time. Her and her personality can also not fare well with her coworkers and with the public. And at the same time, Justin Baldoni and Jamie Heath are not good business people. Two things can be true at the same time. The email they released in the first lawsuit for break, that email from Colleen saying she didn't want a commercial version, then she teams with Blake. She betrayed her audience. Her fans are mad. Oh, is that why she went ghost? But where was the money, man? You know who I want to see? This is who I want to see. Whoever that producer was that was telling them, y'all need to stop acquiescing to her. Y'all need to stop letting her write things because it's going. I want to shake that person's hand and give them a hug and tell them, I saw you. I heard your cries. I felt you in from the paperwork that I read, because this is amazing. It's a mess. Blake and Ryan thought that they could steal this very anticipated and popular adaptation from Justin. He was way too accommodating and should have shut her down at the beginning. That's it. That's it. You can't expect manipulators and scammers to stop their manipulation and scamming because somebody is nice. That's the person who they want to manipulate and scam. And that's why I've been saying, because I know sometimes people think that I'm being mean to Justin. I'm not. I do not want Justin to change who he is as a person, because it has worked well for him. I'm not trying to change his thing. What I'm saying is Justin Baldoni and Jamie Heath are artsy fartsy kind of people. They are in it for the work, for the love of the art form. That's what they're in it for. That's what I believe. And because they're in it for that, their business side is lacking. Doesn't make them bad people. Doesn't do any of those things. So now you've taken two people who have this vision with their Wayfarer for them to be producing such things. They're in it to be able to take care of their family. Please don't mishear me. I'm not saying that, because if they're doing it for the art form, sometimes you'll just go broke for it. But they are in it because they want certain messages and things to be put. That's real artsy fartsy kind of stuff. That's cool. We want these artsy fartsy people. But then there are people who are out here who are manipulative and who are very self-centered and who are in this stuff for the fame and the money and all of that. And when you get that one person and mixed in with the artsy fartsy, and if the artsy fartsy people don't have a person who's going to be their buffer with the scammers and the manipulators and the self-centered and the people who want the fame and the money, if you don't have a buffer, this is what happens. This is what happens. I don't think she manipulated. I think she pushed for more room and concessions. Yeah, she got an inch and she took a mile, and then she took another mile, and then she took another 10 miles. I think the Sony rep that told Blake no are different from the ones that told Blake she can do what she wants. And that's a problem. Because who I want to know who she was speaking to. And that's why I was asking the question. This is where I was confused about, because we talk about Sony, but it appears that some people in Sony believe one way and other people in Sony believe another way. And my question has always been, who actually is Sony in this? Who are these people telling Wayfair they can do this and they can do that, and then telling the they can't do this and they can't do that? And that's why I'm saying, why is Sony's name? If Sony can make all of these decisions like they're making, why aren't they involved in this suit? I'm just saying. This is crazy. Let's continue. June 3rd, Baldoni is informed that Lively will be attending a book bonanza with Hoover instead of Baldoni. You see, she had a conversation with Hoover. Jennifer Abel, Baldoni's publicist at Joneswork, and Baldoni share a text exchange, disheartened at how things have unfolded. So you mean to tell me within a month, after you sit down with the writer, then she has jump shipped? Baldoni's editor informed Baldoni that they have heard from a secret source that Lively was incorporating a bunch of Baldoni's version back into the film ahead of the second official audience test screening of Lively's cut on June the 6th. Wayfair and Sony paid for a second official audience score. Screening of Lively's latest cut score marginally increased across the board. 83% for females under 35, still 11 points short of Baldoni's cut. So her first cut was 82, her second cut was 83, his one cut was 94. And that's even after she put in most of the stuff back into the thing. June the 6th, Baldoni is hospitalized for 3 days due to a spine infection. Wayfair is informed that Blake Lively told Sony she will be showing audience at the book bonanza her cut of the film, regardless of Sony or Wayfair's approval. She later admitted on her panel at the event that the studio begged her not to show the film, but ultimately they did. They didn't have the option to say no, as she brought the movie with her on the airplane. June 14th, Lively, Colleen Hoover, Brandon Sklner, and Isabella Ferreira attend Book Bonanza to promote the film's release. Wayfair was only made aware that Brandon and Isabella would be in attendance the day of the event. Sony later notified Wayfair that it was Lively who reached out to Brandon and Isabella and paid for their travel and lodging. So of course they're going to be okay with Blake because she paid for them to get there. Baldoni shares with his editors that Lively's cut of the film would be shown on the second day of the book bonanza. We read those. Lively makes the unilateral decision to bring on a new composer for the film. As a result, the original award-winning composer was let go despite having already completed the score, which included costly an orchestra. Even though Lively had absolutely no right to do this, neither Wayfair nor Sony were able to challenge Lively's decision, despite the significant financial implications. BS, because you could have just not paid it. Paying out the original composer in full and shouldering the steep costs of hiring a new composer so late in the process. BS, because you didn't have to since she's paying for all this other stuff, all these things would have been a bill that I would have collected, and she would have had, her and Ryan would have had to pay. Sony marketing requests that Baldoni waive his film buy credit on the secondary poster so that only Lively's name would appear above the title. Further, despite having already approved a poster for the film, it was understood by Wayfair that Lively would not approve this new version in which Baldoni's name appeared next to hers, thus requesting that Baldoni's name be removed. On the same day that Baldoni waived his film credits, he just acquiesced. What else happened? This was an ask that she took to Sony. And again, but both Wayfair, this was an ask that she took to Sony despite it being a decision properly made by Wayfair. She's originally credited only as an executive producer, but both Wayfair and Sony don't have the leverage to oppose her demands or the will to deal with. So yeah, they gave her PGA mark. So they acquiesced to that. And then we should be getting into, this is what I wanted to get into, because all that other stuff has pissed me off. Because I'm pissed off at both of them. Because all of this was really unnecessary. Shortly after granting Lively's producer credits, Heath was informed that Lively had reached out to Sony yet again, this time to ask that Baldoni and Heath write a letter on her behalf. Abel emailed Sony's marketing team to inquire about a content shoot that Lively seemingly coordinated with Maximum Effort, Ryan Reynolds' production company. Sony, at the time of the initial outreach by Abel, was not aware of these plans for the shoot, which were planned for June 27th and 28th. Later, Sony attested to the fact that Lively and Maximum Effort were running the show. Abel was understandably concerned at the optics of the entire cast doing a content shoot without the director and co-lead being present. This would later be something that the public would take notice of as well and heighten the rumors and negative press that Lively would take issue with. Here are the texts. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. I really would appreciate that. June 25th, while contemplating the PGA letter and fearing what Lively was capable of, Heath reached out to Lively via text in order to humanize the situation. Too late. It had been months since Lively had spoken to Baldoni or Heath directly, as she insisted at each turn that she needed an intermediary. This time was no different, as she refused to get on a call. Heath, feeling that she was unwilling to even hear them out, again conceded and agreed to write her the letter for the PGA mark. Heath does not need to be in charge of Wayfair. I'm sorry. After many conversations and once again feeling trapped, Baldoni and Heath write a letter. She wouldn't have gotten my letter. Because here's my question. They wrote a letter and he quickly says that he feels like he was under duress. I don't know who he wrote that to. Anyway, Heath, the CEO of Wayfair, expressed to Forbes on June 28th his high hopes for the film. The article will be later released in August. And here's what he says. I hope that people leave the theater feeling inspired, that for those who have been hurt, that they feel seen and the story was told in a way that honored them. June 28th, 2024, Lively and Reynolds company Maximum Effort organized a content shoot for the film's promotional campaign with the entire cast and author of the book, minus Baldoni, of course. The content shoot included the cast making flower arrangements, baking cookies, playing Pictionary, collage making, and other concepts developed by the Maximum Effort team in support of the film's promotion. They later posed for seemingly staged paparazzi photos before having dinner together. July 1st, Baldoni was completely locked out of the film's final cut by virtue of his role at Wayfair. He was permitted to give notes as a studio. Despite his personal feelings, he redirected his thought to focus on the one positive. The film, years in the making, was very close to being seen by the world, even if it was no longer his film. The film's original editors informed Baldoni that the last they heard, she was putting back a fair amount of Baldoni's version into the final cut. On a Zoom video conference call on July 2nd, 2024, between Wayfair and Sony Marketing, Wayfair learned that Sony had been dealing with extensive notes and revisions to the marketing plan as a result of the content shoot. That's what you get. Because Sony ended up hiring Reynolds' company Maximum Effort, that's what you get. To produce the promotional content for the film, the cost for the shoot significantly increased due to their fee being higher than what Sony had originally budgeted. Notably, this charge was despite Lively's claim in a January 2023 text about 2023 text to Baldoni that Maximum Effort would work free for the family, as shown below. Despite ultimately approving this, Wayfair was told that Sony was not allowed to direct access to the footage, which they paid for. This shoot included the cake, the cast baking cookies, floral arrangements, da 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 da. Well, I'll tell y'all what. If you are a scammer, a manipulator, and all of this other stuff, this is your handbook and how to do it. And Sony and Wayfair are right to be to hit a lick on. July 10th, whilst dealing with Baldoni's mounting PR headaches, Baldoni's publicist, Jennifer Abel, was dealing with a difficult working relationship with her employer, Stephanie Jones. The tension between Jones and Abel reached a tipping point when Jones, whose behavior had become increasingly erratic and hostile, demanded Abel corroborate falsified accusations about a senior Jones Work employee in an effort to drive him out. When Abel refused to go along with it, Jones responded with mockery, calling her a 12-year-old drama queen. As a result, on July 10th, 2024, Abel notified Jones of her decision to depart from Jones Work and intention to start her own business. Abel offered a 6-week transition period with the end date of August 2023 and notified her colleagues. And we saw these text messages. Now, why are these text messages so beautifully clear? What kind of phones these other people have? And here's her resignation letter. July 11th, 2024, in anticipation of an in-person interview with a national publication that requested to follow him for a day in the life piece, Baldoni reached out to the post-production house working on It Ends With Us to find a time for him to come in for a few minutes to do a mock coloring session. At the time the coloring was nearly complete, this was all done in an effort to promote the film and, of course, highlight Baldoni as its director. However, when Lively was informed of this fake coloring section, she was incensed and demanded that Sony intervene and stop the interview from happening. Sony obliged, was left Baldoni and his team disturbed by Lively's insertion into Baldoni's own marketing and promotional efforts for the film. Wayfair is informed that Reynolds contacted Baldoni's personal agent at WME. So this happened in July. Oh, I love this timeline. During the call, Reynolds escalates his attack on Baldoni's character, calling him, quote, deranged predator. Baldoni's agents relayed to Wayfair that he did his best to reason with Reynolds and challenged the observed claim, but Reynolds was unwilling to reconsider any of the counter narrative. Reynolds reiterated that Baldoni should not attend the premiere on August 6th, stating, "No one wants him there." When Baldoni's agent shared this conversation with Baldoni and Heath, both were disturbed by Reynolds' continued effort to damage Baldoni's reputation within the agency. Now, we did see an article that came out, or that said that someone at WME said that this didn't happen. But this is July 15th. And I believe it happened. I'm sorry. I just believe it happened. July 17th, Baldoni attends Lily Boone's pop-up shop at Westfield Century City to promote the film. Following the pop-up, Jones contacted Abel to check in. Abel shares that Baldoni is struggling and under immense pressure. Moreover, Baldoni is dealing with Ryan Reynolds calling Baldoni's agent and saying what a horrible person Justin is. So here they are at the thing. So is this who are these two women? That's not Colleen, is it? On July 22nd, 2024, Lively, Reynolds, and other members of the film's cast attend the premiere for Deadpool and Wolverine. At the after party, Wayfarer was informed that Reynolds approached a senior executive at WME and expressed his deep disdain for Baldoni, going as far as to suggest that the agency is working with a predator. July 23rd, Sony informs Wayfarer, the studio financing the premiere and most of the film, the studio's. Sony informs Wayfarer, the studio financing the premiere and most of the film, that Lively has demanded that Baldoni, Heath, and Wayfarer refrain from attending the New York premiere and threatens a cast-wide boycott if they do. And I don't know if the rest of the cast, Blake Lively wasn't there when they were hired. I don't know who the cast, how they go about that. Like I said, I'm not in the industry. But for the rest of the cast, no one thought to ask any questions. And here's what I'm talking about. Blake Lively was nowhere around. Blake Lively got hired just like they got hired. Blake, well, let me take that back, because she was doing a compatibility test, but that was going to be the people who was going to work directly as her love interest, if I'm not mistaken. So the rest of the cast or whatever, they were hired, and it wasn't I don't think Blake Lively was in the mix, but maybe she was. Let me continue. Mindful of the potential premiere boycott and not knowing what Lively and Reynolds were planning to do if Baldoni team attended, Abel emails Wayfarer team requesting Lively's November legal letter, correctly assuming that Lively would try to use the letter against Wayfarer. With the letter in hand, Abel intends to draft context for each issue to ensure the team can factually refute any press leaks. Abel emphasizes a reactive strategy, acknowledging its drawbacks and advises promptly countering any public claims with facts, third-party sources, and if necessary, legal action. We will just need to be prescriptive in immediately refuting whatever is made public with third-party sourcing on background if necessary. A legal response. Upon receiving Lively's 17-item list, Abel clarifies that they are demands, not grievances. So here's the PR team at work, y'all. Later that morning, at Wayfarer's request, Abel contacts Jones for crisis PR firm recommendations to represent Baldoni. Wayfarer received several crisis PR recommendations, including Melissa Nathan, a veteran in the field. Abel, having previously worked with Nathan, endorses her based on strong professional relationship. Wayfarer meets with Nathan at her firm, the agency group, PR LLC TAG. After the introductory call, TAG provided a document detailing their proposed scope of work. And this is what they said. On July 26, upon learning that Wayfair was considering working with Melissa Nathan, Stephanie Jones, seeing her as competition, began pressuring Abel to intervene and tell Wayfair she was shady. Abel refused to do so, which only made Jones more irritated. So here's the text between them, and I think we have read those, but they are much clearer now. On July 26, 2024, after extensive consultation and frustration over Reynolds Lively's ongoing threats, Baldoni Heath informed Sony that Wayfair will attend its own premiere. Given Lively's heavy promotion of the film, the likelihood of her boycotting seemed low, and her leverage appeared to be weakening as the event neared, or so they thought. However, Baldoni remained deeply anxious, fearing a potential retaliation from Lively and Reynolds simply for attending his own premiere. That same day, an article surfaced about another director facing allegations of inappropriate on-set behavior. Baldoni forwarded the link to Abel, adding his own remark. "This is the SHIT I'm sure they want to do," a named source. Francis Ford Coppola. On July 26, 2024, amid the turmoil surrounding Baldoni, and over 2 weeks after submitting her resignation, Abel emailed Jones to express gratitude and assure her of no ill wills. However, she remained resolute in her decision to leave Jones' work. Sony and senior marketing said all this was going on while the PR teams are out there fighting, y'all. Sony and senior marketing executives informed Heath and Abel that Lively has demanded Baldoni conduct his junket interviews on a different day than hers, further ostracizing Baldoni. Abel pushes back, arguing that this will signal to the press that something was wrong. Ultimately, Abel is able to find a compromise, and they agree Baldoni will conduct his interview separately from the rest of the cast at a different hotel, but on the same day. Social media detectives begin to notice Baldoni's absent from the promotional content being posted online. How come Raul's character isn't any of the promo stuff? I have been wondering this too, especially since the actor is also the director. From the trailer, it looks great. I have to be honest. My heart bleeds for the film's cast. We wanted and setting of their ages. A moment for Blake's hair. See, that's some promising promotion. August 2nd, 2024, recognizing the extreme measures Lively and Reynolds were taking to undermine Baldoni, excluding him from the premiere and press tour, spreading negative rumors within his agency, isolating him from cast events and promotion, and engaging in strong-arm tactics to take control of the film, Baldoni and Heath decided to retain Nathan and tag. Baldoni and Heath did so after Abel learned from Nathan that a negative story was being circulated among media contacts, labeling Baldoni religion as a cult and accusing him of fat shaming Lively. In response, TAG prepared a scenario planning document with rapid response strategies, key messaging, and other standard crisis PR deliverables. Feeling uneasy, Baldoni texts Abels for reassurance. She responds in part, "Truth is your defense." In her CRD complaint, Lively cherry picks text messages between Abel and Nathan, stripping their exchange of critical context. So we won't read those because those are so difficult to look at, and we have read them before. We struggled in the last time. Social media chatter begins to intensify with user questioning, why is Justin not in any of the promos? And so these are the texts. August 4th, Abel and Nathan commiserate about the situation, with Abel joking, suggesting they plant negative pieces about Lively. While Nathan understands Abel's comments are lighthearted, she responds seriously, advising they wait to see how the next few days unfold and stay vigilant. Nathan also notes being aware of a story from Lively's camp intended to hurt Baldoni's reputation. Both agree to stay alert and avoid taking hasty actions. Here's the text. Baldoni's first day of press began before 6 a.m. Later that morning, he shared a link with Abel to an article on celebrity bullying that appeared on his Twitter feed. Given the circumstance that Baldoni found himself in, the article's timing resonated with him as he was understandably feeling bullied, so he took a screenshot and sent it to Abel. That evening, unbeknownst to Baldoni and Wayfair, Lively and the rest of the cast attend a meta screening of the film at the Roxy Hotel. The event included a Q&A session with Colleen Hoover and the cast, with everyone except Baldoni. This exclusion further highlights Baldoni's deliberate sidelining. Fans and journalists quickly noticed the absence of the film's director and co-lead, sparking online chatter and fueling rumors about tensions behind the scene. The incident underscores the growing divide and continuing efforts to exclude Baldoni from the film promotion. Because you see, she got her face on everything. She don't even have the other cast members or anything like that. It's just her with her flowers in her hair. At the premiere of the film in New York, Baldoni is instructed to walk the carpet separately from the rest of the cast. However, he is quickly ushered off the press line when it's announced that Lively is on her way. Once inside the theater lobby, security escorts. Now, this is sad. You done paid all this money. Your company and Sony have paid all this money, and you get escorted off the film? A mess. A mess. Security escorts Baldoni and his family to the basement to prevent a potential encounter with Lively and the cast. They are taken to the basement stockroom. And here's the picture. Let me see if we can make this bigger, because this is sad. And I don't care what side of the aisle you fall on. This is damn near sad. You see the Dasani waters in the back, and they're having to cover all the other stuff that's behind all that. You see the tile, the tiles in the ceiling have fallen apart. The vent, the air conditioned vent is filthy. I do not care what you say. This is sad. And in the meantime and in between time, you see them up there cheesing and smiling like as if they don't realize what's going on. August 7th, 2024, articles about a potential cast feud began circulating online, and social media chatter intensifies. Audience take notice that the cast had unfollowed Baldoni, and fans observed that he was absent from any promotions. This confirms Baldoni's team and Sony's longstanding concern. The situation was overshadowing the film. Baldoni and Wayfair feuded, but also undermined the film's message. And that comes out of the Sun. August 7th, Nathan texts Abel, "This is the time to make a decision on social planning. Would rather be in the front than in the back, and it costs way more in the back." Abel responds, "Do you think we need it?" Abel remains unconvinced that any changes are necessary. Nathan and Abel continue to do the work outlined in the tag scope of services, which at this stage involves monitoring coverage and social media conversations, correcting and updating stories and headlines in the real time. Now, there was something that came out, was it last week or the week before, about, must have been last week, it may have been this week, that Blake Lively was deposing some IT person in Texas about all of this bad press that she was receiving. Online chatter escalates and cast tension become the headline across major publications. What the heck is going on with Justin Baldoni and the entire It Ends With Us cast? Blake Lively, bad blood? It Ends With Us fans are convinced that there's a huge feud between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. Here's why. All the juicy evidence the cast of It Ends With Us are secretly beefing with Justin Baldoni. Just awkward. Justin Baldoni stumbles as he's asked about Blake Lively live on Today, fueling rumors of It Ends With Us feud. August 8th at 10:11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Nathan and Lively's publicist, Leslie Sloan, reach an agreement whereby neither will communicate directly with the reporter prior to informing the other. Nathan states, "I'm not doing one thing without speaking to you," to which Sloan responds, "Me either." Just 9 minutes later, Sloan breaches her agreement with Nathan by engaging with a reporter at the Daily Mail. Sloan actively continues her discussion with the Daily Mail reporter, seeding false information to cast Baldoni in a negative light. To divert attention from Lively's tyrannical behavior on set, Sloan attempts to portray Baldoni as the antagonist, stating, "The whole cast doesn't like Justin. Nothing to do with Blake." She doubles down, insisting, "I'm telling you, she's a liar." They are panicking as the whole cast hates him. Sloan also threatens the reporter, saying, "The entire cast, I will have to go on record. This needs to hold." Nathan's text with Sloan, Sloan's text with the Daily Reporter. On August 8th, 2024, that same day, Jones attempted to reinstate herself into the Baldoni Wayfarer good graces while silent. And see this right here. And here's the thing: did I miss the part about where they fired, or when they were supposed to fire her? Notably, at this time, Wayfarer and Abel were aware that Sloan had breached her agreement with Nathan. Sloan and Soder later discovered that someone from Baldoni's team had been communicating negatively to the media. It was clear that Jones was the source, and Wayfarer's leadership, along with Sony, were livid. All parties were desperate to avoid an all-out conflict between Lively and Baldoni, just as the film was about to be released. Nathan and Abel are left to deal with the fallout from Jones inserting herself into the situation. And they have their text messages. Crisis mitigation specialist Jed Wallace is engaged to assess and monitor all online and offline concerns related to Baldoni and Wayfarer, specifically pertaining to information received about a developing campaign to discredit and damage Baldoni, including his "Is that by Baha'i faith and Wayfarer." Given the importance of the film to Baldoni and Wayfarer, its success and the critical support it would bring to the domestic violence survivor community, Wallace is asked to focus on analyzing online feedback and monitoring the overall sentiment related to Wayfarer, Baldoni, Lively, and others working from the film. Early morning, Abel receives an inquiry from the Daily Mail. And we've read all of that. August 9th, and we'll stop here because I want to see what y'all got going on. All right. This was going to be a blockbuster. This is Sheeny Beanie. And Ryan wanted their hooks into it because Colleen easily has 15 more books just as popular. Yeah. I mean, Colleen is a gold mine. She really, truly is. It definitely was manipulation, not signing the contracts, the whole thing with the nudity writer, the gaslighting in her text suggestion, her trying to get a producer's credit. I have a problem with about saying Sony didn't have a choice. It's up to Sony to tell if they did or didn't. Well, Sony needs to say something, but I guess there's no medium for them to have to say anything because they're not being. I don't see any of those Sony executives. I hope they're being deposed. This is Taylor Swift here per the Reddit post. Since the signing or not of the contract is prior to any filming. Yeah, again, Wayfarer, There's going to be a learning curve for everyone. For Blake Lively, she's now seeing that again, I've always said two things can be correct at the same time. She's seeing that her public, she doesn't fare well with the public, and we see that Wayfair needs stronger leadership. June 2024 was also the conversation between Baldoni and his PR about stories against blank. One read, "I don't want the story to look it was planted. The lawyer just released it." Gary P, "It's a power play. The lawyer they showed in the lawsuit confirmed this to be true. Baldoni is backed by a man who have donated more than $1 billion and represented by USA's top entertainment lawyer who is firing threats on TV every single day. That power play won't fly. They pushed her for her fee to be paid before the contract was signed. She was paid and still not signed the document." Mm. You know what I think too, because there's so much money on the line for either side. Because you're talking upwards towards $400 million, and for Wayfarer, that could that can bankrupt them. For Ryan and Blake, that could bankrupt them. So y'all are talking to each other. He was trying to make a movie. He did nothing to her, and she accused him of horrible things. It doesn't matter who his friends are or which attorney he chooses to hire. Taylor was directly involved in casting young Lily. There was an interview with Isabel stating this. Mm. Here's the thing. The negative press that Blake got was because of her action. It was completely organic fan reaction to how they thought she carried herself during the press one. Personally, I don't have an issue with her cross promoting her brands at the same time, but a lot of people did. And the interneted, and her old clip started to be brought up. Yes. But here's the thing. With that, I think the fans, and particularly those fans that had been impacted by DV, they were thought it was a very poor taste because of the fact that most DV, alcohol and DV run hand in hand. And also, too, from what I understand, in the interviews that Blake and the team did with that, they made everything seem to be all flowery instead of, make them seem to be real flowery, and the seriousness of the situation wasn't kept at hand. So we will see. We will see. Baldoni said they put a call out on TikTok to cast young Lily. He didn't say he chose her. He stated Blake S&D Taylor made the decision to choose Isabella in another interview. Have worked with health service for survivors of DV. There's a huge correlation with DV and alcohol. I was disturbed by her promotion of booze with the film. Understandable that people would be upset. And I think that was the main thing that they were upset about. And then her just not even For those of you that watched that premiere promotion, that promotion of the film, was the DV group that was going to receive 1% of the box office, were they present in any of this? Because they were supposed to be present earlier in the initial discussion of the marketing, but they don't look like they were part of this stuff that Blake had going on. All right. On August 9th, Heath calls to Jones to clarify that due to the sensitivity of the situation, he feels more comfortable with Abel leading communications rather than Jones. Heath reiterated that Jones should refrain from taking any action on behalf of Baldoni or Wayfarer until further notice. At the time, Heath was in Chicago with Baldoni and Abel, and they all agreed that Abel, with the firsthand knowledge and the most up-to-date information, was the best person to handle communications. Jones does not take this well and launched into a tirade, insisting that she will speak to whomever she pleases and that Wayfarer can stop her from clearing her name. The day prior, Heath had texted Jones demanding that she not communicate with anyone on behalf of Wayfarer or Baldoni. August 9th, Nathan, consistent with the pair's agreement, sends a text message to Sloan containing an email that she had received from the Daily Mail reporter. Unbeknownst to Nathan, this was the same reporter with whom Sloan had been communicating the day before. Nathan confirms that she played no part in the story and tells Sloan, "I'm going to have to speak with him, but I'm just going to tell him nothing." She adds, "Happy to chat with you beforehand if you prefer." Sloan deliberately omits the fact that she had spoken with the reporter just 24 hours prior, saying, "Let me know how it goes." During a red carpet interview at the New York premiere, Lively stated, "The iconic rooftop scene. My husband actually wrote it. Nobody knows that." This revelation regarding Reynolds' purported contribution to the script raises eyebrows at Sony, who told Wayfarer that they certainly needed some clarity in public comments made about Ryan Reynolds potentially contributing writing services with the rooftop scene. And we see this email, and this is coming from Sony Legal Affairs. On the day of the domestic release of the film, Heath shares observations with Sony marketing, urging them to take the topic of domestic violence more seriously as part of the film's rollout. This was a concern that Baldoni, Heath, and Wayfarer had long expressed to the team. Wear your florals, child. Grab your fins. Wear your florals. Tag and Abel continue to monitor online chatter about the film. And this is in August 11th. Baldoni felt it was important to stay on message as he had during the film's junket press tour from August 4th to 9th. Despite a purported feud or the focus on the film's box office success, Baldoni sought to redirect attention to domestic violence survivors. He sends a text to the social media team urging them to focus their efforts on this topic. On August 11th, Heath follows up on his email to Sony from August 9th, expressing his gratitude for the team's effort in making the film a box office success. He requests, however, that they schedule a call to discuss the film's messaging. Organic articles emerged directly related how Lively was promoted the film. And here are the different articles. Again, Natasha, is it Joykick? Here's what's going on with the End With Us drama. And it's by BuzzFeed. And then by Lillian Jazin, Blake Lively fans blast It Ends With Us actress over tone deaf and shallow interview with co-stars. WME, Abel, and Heath discuss yet another conversation between WME and Reynolds. So WME, this is now the third or the fourth time someone has mentioned you. WME shares that Reynolds and Lively are furious with Wayfarer and Baldoni for positioning them as promoting the film as a Barbie film, while elevating Baldoni to speak on the more serious messaging. Reynolds and Lively purportedly believe Nathan is responsible for this positioning and demand that Wayfarer release a statement of contrition, taking accountability for the negative press toward Lively and Reynolds. They warn WME that absent compliance, the gloves will come off. In turn, Reynolds tells WME that he would personally draft a statement for Wayfarer to release immediately. Heath and Abel are astounded that Reynolds and Lively blame Baldoni and Wayfarer for their self-inflicted PR nightmare. Heath has consistently communicated that neither Wayfarer, Nathan, or anyone on their team was manipulating the internet using bots or seeding stories about Lively or Reynolds' character. So that evening on August the 12th, two WME executives, Heath and Abel, participated in a call to review statement drafted by Lively and Reynolds on behalf of Baldoni, Heath, and Wayfarer. Upon review, because they've been getting away with everything now, why wouldn't they get away with writing what they want them to say? Upon review, WME concurs with Wayfarer that the statement was vague, implies culpability without substance, and fails to address the issues at hand. Furthermore, if the goal was to mitigate negative online attention directed at Lively, the statement would have the opposite effect. In response, Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath reject the demand, firmly refusing to issue any statement falsely assuming responsibility for non-existent issues. And here's August, a statement prepared by Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds on behalf of Baldoni, Heath, and Wayfarer. It Ends With Us was a troubled production which we take full accountability for. We are very sorry to everyone we caused upset to privately and publicly. Blake Lively, Colin Hoover, the entire cast and crew led with professionalism every step of the way. Any negativity aimed at them is ours to own. We mutually agreed that the cast would be promoting the film separately and they redacted that whole other statement. Abel shares with Nathan that Blake and Ryan want Justin to put out a statement. Both are shocked by the request and state that they have never encountered anything similar. Nathan advises Baldoni to retain legal counsel immediately. The Daily Mail publishes an article. Blake Lively goes into damage control by finally addressing the domestic violence in It Ends With Us amid criticism over tone-deaf film promotion. This follows Lively posts to moviegoers, which includes statistics on domestic violence and a link to resource for support. Okay. The New York Post contacts Nathan for a comment regarding competing cuts and onset views. The information provided is inaccurate. Lively did not have final edit approval, nor was she given Sony's cut. In reality, Sony didn't have a studio cut. Rather, Wayfarer and Sony shared a studio cut. Should the director's cut not perform well in audience screening, the studios collectively held the right to recut the film. However, this never occurred, as Lively used her promotional efforts to secure the final cut. All the information Leslie provided to the New York Post was false and misleading. The Hollywood Reporter publishes a story naming Nathan as Baldoni's crisis PR representative, drawing a comparison between Baldoni and Nathan's previous client, Johnny Depp. The comparison proves damaging for Baldoni, as Nathan was hired specifically to ensure the truth would be communicated free from interference by Lively's team. Sloan has a text conversation with a Daily Mail reporter who spoke to Jones. Jones, acting independently, had reached out to the Daily Mail, seemingly on her own initiative, in a direct disregard for Heath's previous request to say nothing. On August 14th, as discussed here and above, in early August 2024, Jones inserted herself into the situation, attempting to sideline Nathan and Abel. The issue, however, was that Jones had deliberately distanced herself from Wayfarer's leadership's communications, strategy, and internal decision-making, citing her focus on higher-profile clients. Wayfarer had no objections to Jones' disengagement, as Abel was their trusted advisor, and they had no interest in becoming entangled in Jones' work internal policies. Furthermore, Jones had been on a family vacation during the critical period of the press campaign and film premiere. Despite her physical distance, Jones' attempts to intervene were clumsy, unwelcome, and sporadic as she tried to create drama and undermine Abel's authority. Wayfarer and Baldoni remained focused on managing the crisis at hand. On August 14, in a final effort to position herself as the key player for Wayfarer's account, anticipating Abel's imminent departure from Jones' work, Jones sent a disorganized strategy outline and included a veiled threat to Wayfarer, reminding Heath of their contractual agreement. A journalist from TMZ on August 14th contacted Nathan and Abel requesting comment regarding 3 HR complaints filed against Justin Baldoni on the set of It Ends With Us. That same day, Nathan received inquiries from reporters about multiple HR complaints from set. This was not true. Look at TMZ getting in the middle of stuff. And we've read these texts. Baldoni sends Abel a TikTok from a creator suggesting that Baldoni is involved in something bad. Baldoni is just as confused as the rest of his team about the nature of this quote unquote bombshell. Abel replies, "That is the question of the century," and reassures him there is no bombshell, as you know, while confirming that she and the team are closely monitoring the situation in case a response is needed. Whew, we're almost at the end, y'all. Baldoni's text Nathan seeking clarity on what happens on August 14th, what the strategy is, and how the ongoing feud can be resolved. Nathan explains that she spoke with Sloan and asked her for her perspective on a solution. Nathan observes that when Baldoni is respectful, they, Reynolds and Lively, don't like it. When he plays by their rules, they still don't approve. She questions, what do they want? Nathan further clarifies to Baldoni that she left the matter with Sloan, asking her to indicate what course of action she prefers. Nathan emphasized that she is willing to work with Sloan, either collaborative or to protect Baldoni and welfare. Until something is leaked or wrongfully put out by Lively's team, Nathan and her team will take no further action. And that was emphasized in these text messages. On August 14th, Nathan receives word from a reporter that Sony's chief, Tony Vinciquierra, made a statement about Lively being an advocate for domestic violence with no mention of Baldoni in the piece. Nathan immediately sensed Sloan's involvement in this development. However, Abel suggests that it is Reynolds who likely pressured Sony into issuing the statement. August 14th, organic articles come out in response to Lively's promotion of the film. People are disgusted by Blake Lively's cutesy press tour for It Ends With Us. Blake Lively dragged for marketing light of domestic violence. More organic articles came out in response to Lively's promotion of the film. Why is everybody mad at Blake Lively? Fans are not impressed with Blake Lively's press tour. So, again, these are things, and these are coming from everywhere. Huffington Post, Daily Beast. I saw Buzz Vox, The Cut. Didn't I see BuzzFeed? I thought I saw BuzzFeed in here. Okay, we'll continue. This is a lot. Glamour magazine. The End With Us promo has failed domestic violence survivors like me. Nathan receives a message from a reporter about the story from the Daily Mail. Could Blake Lively be canceled? Nathan, realizing that the article could give the impression of having been planted by her, laments, damn, this is unfair because it's also not me. The reporter responds, no, it totally does look like his side. Nathan shares a screenshot of her conversation with the reporter to Abel. The two of them sarcastically joke, you really outdid yourself on this one. Nathan responds, that's why you hired me, right? Baldoni again asked Nathan to confirm on August 18th, this is not us, correct? Baldoni was seeing the feud rumors and could not believe how much heat Lively was getting. Nathan reassured him that none of us would ever do this. Nathan continues, there is the struggle where it's kind of maybe unbelievable the way people are turning against her. organic. She's blown herself up by her own actions. Angela Yang, Blake Lively's ends up with promotion called disrespectful by some survivors of abuse. Jones' work chief of staff promised to release Abel's phone number to her. Because remember, we were having that back and forth that, which I don't understand. Abel was using her own phone number, her own personal, I guess she was using her own personal number to do all of her business work. And then because she did that, everything on there, she was doing all her business on that phone. It ended up, she got locked out of her phone. And according to Baldoni's lawsuit, Jones then released all the contents of Abel's phone. We got more organic negative press on the 21st, 2 days before her last day. Abel pulls up to the Jones work office in Beverly Hills. There she's confronted physically by an imposing security guard, and she's made to give up her phone. We talked about that. She was completely cut off from her phone. She had to hand over her phone. All of those things happened. On the same day that Abel's phone is seized by her employer, Stephanie Jones, Nathan receives a call from Leslie Stone, Lively's publisher, telling her that she has seen her text and that she will be sued. Melissa Nathan's call log. Baldoni sends Nathan a suspicious profile, suspecting it of trolling Lively. Nathan confirms 100% this is not anyone from your team whatsoever. Nathan's tag team continues to see organic backlash toward Lively without the involvement of tag. The article in question, Blake Lively fearing for her career amid it ended with a backlash. We see those texts. On August 27th, Nathan further reassures Baldoni that everyone I speak to, and so many just chats that don't even know I'm on this all are pro you. I know that that's not your intention either, to make her or anyone an outcast, but the sentiment is pro you. Baldoni responds, thank you for sharing, and praying for Lively and Reynolds has been helpful. On August 30th, the internet continues to churn out new stories. Baldoni asks Nathan how she feels if she shares any concern. Nathan reassures him that there was no truth to anything, so what can they say? Just speculative BS. I'm not worried, I promise you. On September 1st, Nathan reveals to Baldoni that she finally watched the film in theaters. She shares a touching message with Baldoni. He also shares a personal story that inspired him to direct the movie and ultimately option the book. Ironically, it was this story that Lively chose to use against him later on in her 17-point list of 70 points, when she required there'll be no discussion with Miss Lively or personal experiences with sex. In her complaint, she intentionally misrepresent the story to suggest that Baldoni had engaged in sexual conduct without consent. In fact, it was the other way around. Baldoni was referencing an intimate relationship in which he was the one who did not give consent, not the other way around. September 8th, 2024, Baldoni sent a text to his original editors, hopeful that one day they will complete the film as intended. On December 20th, Lively files her complaint with the California Civil Rights Department. On December 20th, Megan Twohey, a reporter for the New York Times, reaches out to Wayfarer about allegations made by Lively related to a filed CRD complaint. Please offer any on-the-record comment as well as any other information you think we should know. Additionally, please notify us of any inaccuracies. We need to hear back from you tomorrow by noon Eastern. So let's see. So we never read this text, so let's read this real quick. This is from Megan Twohey. This is Friday, December 6th at 6:46 p.m. We are reporting about a crisis communication operation conducted on behalf of Justin Baldoni, Jamie Heath, and Wayfarer Studios to protect their reputation and harm Blake Lively's, as described in a legal complaint filed Friday. Our reporting found that you participated in the effort, which was undertaken last summer out of concern that complaints Miss Lively had made during the filming of It End With Us would become public during the movie's rollout. We have learned that Miss Lively filed the legal complaint against you, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, Steve Sarowitz, Wayfarer, Melissa Nathan, Jade Wallace, alleging sexual harassment, retaliation, and aiding and abetting of harassment and retaliation, among other claims. The complaint claims misconduct on the part of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath during filming, including repeatedly violating physical boundaries and making sexual and inappropriate comments. The complaint includes a side letter to her contract signed by Mr. Heath, in which the studio agreed to install more safeguards during filming and agreed not to retaliate against Miss Lively. She is now saying they violated the terms of the letter. The complaint includes extensive private text messages and emails that she obtained through a subpoena and that document the crisis communication operation. They include exchanges involving you, your team, Mr. Baldoni, and Mr. Heath. The New York Times reviewed these along with other documents. We are seeking your response to the claim of retaliation through this PR campaign, and we welcome the opportunity to talk with you on the record. Please offer any on the record comments as well as any other information you think we should know. Additionally, please notify us of any inaccuracies. We need to hear back from you tomorrow by noon Eastern. Among Miss Lively's allegations, in May, several months after the filming wrapped, Mr. Baldoni was worried whether he realized that Mr. had blocked him on Instagram. We should have a plan for IF if she does the same when the movie comes out. Mr. Baldoni wrote you in a text messages. Plans make me feel more at ease. You were already working as a publicist for Mr. Baldoni and Welfare. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath hired Melissa Nathan, a crisis communication specialist, who in turn brought in Mr. Wallace. The plan was to harm Miss Lively's reputation. December 20th, 2024, at 2:16 a.m., Wayfarer representative responds to the journalist and unequivocally denied the Lively's accusations. It says here, it is shameful that Miss Lively and her representatives would make such serious and categorically false accusations against Mr. Baldoni, Wayfarer Studios, and its representatives as yet another desperate attempt to, quote, fix her negative reputation, which was garnered from her own remarks and action during the campaign for the film, interview and press activities that were observed publicly in real time and unedited, which allowed for the internet to generate their own views and opinions. These claims are completely false, outrageous, and intentionally salacious, with an intent to publicly hurt and rehash a narrative in the media. Wayfarer Studios made the decision to proactively hire a crisis manager prior to the marketing campaign of the film to work alongside their own representative with Jones Work, employed by Stephanie Jones, due to the multiple demands and threats made by Ms. Lively during production, which included her threatening not showing up to set, threatening not to promote the film, ultimately leading to its demise during release if her demands were not met. It was also discovered that Ms. Lively enlisted her own representative, Leslie Sloan, with Vision PR, who also represented Mr. Reynolds, to plant negative and completely fabricated and false stories with media, even prior to any marketing had commenced for the film, which was another reason why Wayfarer Studios made the decision to hire a crisis professional to commence internal scenario planning in the case they needed to address. The representatives of Wayfarer Studios still did nothing proactive or retaliated, and only responded to incoming media inquiries to ensure balanced and factual reporting and monitor social activity. It was pointedly missing from the cherry picked correspondence is evidence that there was no proactive measures taken with the media or otherwise, just internal scenario planning and private correspondence to strategize with standard operating procedures with public relation professionals. So, on December 21st, 2024 at 10:11 a.m., almost 2 hours before the deadline given by TUI for plaintiffs, the Times published the article, "We Can Bury Anyone," inside a Hollywood smear campaign. Well, they did say, now I will be, I guess I can be fair. They did ask you all to give any type of a response, and you gave a response at 2:16 a.m. Baldoni and his team filed a lawsuit against the New York Times on December 31st. Lively files against Baldoni and their team. January 7th, Lively attempts to serve Baldoni and team during the Los Angeles wildfires, going as far as to serve members of Baldoni's team while they attempted to evacuate with their small children. January 16, Baldoni and team filed suit against Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision PR. January 24th, discovery is made that the main imagery used in the article has metadata creation timestamps days prior to publication. The main Baldoni image that headlines the article was finalized on December 16, 2024. Now, these people on TikTok that I saw where they found all of this, or somebody sleuthing found all this information. Additional smear Baldoni imagery existing within the article on December 18, 2024. January 26, it is determined that the promotional video for the Lively smear campaign article was finalized on December 12, 2024. The video preload static imagery for promotional inside the article itself was created on December 17th. Okay. The schema for the video page also confirms a December 12th, 2024 finalization and upload date. And they're putting the stuff up. On January 27th, 2025, Wayfarer parties found 41 instances of an October 31, 2024 timestamp related to text messages, storage, and styling into BirdKit, which are believed to be the content management system for the Times. On information and belief, the 10/31/2024 does not correspond to the message embedded generated versioning itself, but rather when they may have been embedded into the CMS for future use in an article. Previous articles show a similar pattern. Oh, they went into all the little data. On January 28th, it is confirmed that the PDF version of the CRD filed by Lively was indexed on the New York Times domain on December 10th, 2024. This does not necessarily represent the first time that the file was indexed by Google, just that it was indexed on this date. In order to accurately determine the first indexation, data would be required from the New York Times Google Search Console account. January 29th, after performing a deeper analysis, the following was found. The JSON schema exposes the smear promo imagery was set for consumption at the end web page level on December 18, 2024. In the highlighted images, there is a reference to smear promo Google, which means that objects imagery was intended to be consumed most likely as either Google News direct feed or as a Google AdWords ad unit. There are also multiple versions of these images. The V2 and the V3 suggest, now these are technical terms and I don't know what they are, but I'm going to read them. And if anybody in the chat knows what they're talking about, let me know. The V2 and the V3 suggest that they went through multiple iterations before arriving at what could be used on December 18th. And there's nothing. The interactive topper for the appears to have been finalized on December 16th, 2024. Multimedia sources timestamp December 18th, 2024. I sure hope they is that it? That's it, y'all. So basically at the end, what are they saying? that they had access to the CRD complaint? That they had access to the CRD complaint way before December 20th when it was filed? Is that what they're saying, y'all? All right. We got through that. We got through that. And again, I love it because now it's on record. We've got a timeline of when all this stuff is supposed to happen. I'm wondering if Blake Lively's camp is going to do a timeline about stuff that was happening. I do know that they're going to be going to court next week again because Justin Baldoni had made mention that he was going to do a website, and because he released the video of a scene that they filmed refuting what she was saying in her complaint. And so she wants the judge to impose a gag order to stop Justin Baldoni's team from releasing any other information. Let me see what y'all are saying. And again, I appreciate y'all. This is I wish this PR stuff was a little bit more into it than what it is, but we'll continue, Joe. All right. Renata said, I didn't watch the music because I learned the husband or the wife. My bet is Sony marketed it the way to avoid people like me not going to the movies. It was a commercial decision. Yeah. I hadn't seen it either. I saw the promotional flyers for it, and I didn't watch it. And nothing in this is gonna it makes me want to watch it. I think that they've made the money that they needed to make with the money. So I believe they were at Justin's screening in Chicago, but I'm not sure about the one Blake was at. Interesting. Jones discovered Abel was stealing her documents and downloading her files. I did see that. I did see where when she started to when she decided to start her business, she was using like the templates from the Jones work stuff, which was, you got to do better than that. And plus Jones seems like Jones seems a little volatile, because I did see, and let me not say that. Testy is the better word. And I guess being a PR person, you have a level of paranoia about you too. I would imagine in that thing, because everything is go, 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 go. And you're having to make these alliances with people that you don't like. It just seems a whole lot. And so I'm just saying all of that was going on, and a mess. Yet WME said that the statements that they didn't do that, but we're gonna find out who did what, when they did it, and how they did it, because that was 4 instances. That's too many instances. I can see the first time, but that's too many instances that and someone to call you and tell you about that. That's way too many instances for me. I think W may also get sued, and Justin has not sued Stephanie Jones yet. I know she's suing him. I wonder if it was illegal, criminal for her to steal those texts and to give them to others. Well, technically, she didn't steal anything, because those were work product, and the dumb thing was for Miss Abel, because of her wanting to have comfort, that's what cost her, because she should have had her business phone, and she should have had her personal phone. And anything on her business phone should have been her business, and anything on her personal phone should have been on her personal phone. So she wouldn't have been in such a bind when Stephanie Jones didn't give her the number back. The telephone number that she had ever since she was in high school, and all of her contacts and stuff like that that was on that business phone. But she did it for her comfort, and it cost her. And so anything that came off that phone, they downloaded. So any of her personal information is going to be downloaded on there. All the work product that she did and the text and things that she did is going to be downloaded on there. So anything that she did on that phone is going to be downloaded. So if she's had clients in the past and whatever, all that stuff is going to be downloaded. It's going to be used against you. If she's got pictures of her family and pictures with her husband or anything like that, all that's going to be downloaded. It has been downloaded and possibly can be used against her in a court of law. If she's made some personal statements, some political statements, or anything like that on that phone, that's all going to be on there because it's considered, she didn't handle the business of separating her personal stuff from her business stuff. And so now all her personal information is going to be out there, plus her business stuff is going to be out there. So I don't know what she's going to do. I don't believe it's redacted on the TMZ version. He mentions Justin's book, Man Enough, which is a total dig from Ryan. Ryan Reynolds has a movie called Animal Friends with Sony that is currently in post-production as of 12/15/2024. Blake Lively probably used that to her advantage too. But that wouldn't be enough time to counter the specific allegations they sent him. They would need to look for all of those texts and emails to figure out the context. It would depend on when Stephanie Jones gave them those emails, because remember, she took that phone in August 21st. So between August 21st and December, and let's just even just say, for the sake of anything, because they keep saying that there was a subpoena. I don't think that there was a subpoena needed unless it was the personal information on there. But all the work product information, Stephanie Jones could definitely just download and give it to anybody, because that's the work product information. So, but they said that there was some subpoena issued. With whom that subpoena was issued, we don't know just of yet. But with that, they just had to request it. They could have done that in September. So you're talking about September, October, November, December. You had at least 4 months to go through all of those text messages and things like that to see what was up. And, because you had to have time to go through those text messages. And according to a lot of people, according to this particular complaint, cherry pick everything that went on. Right. They had access to the text message. Remember, Sloan said she did. That Nathan, she knew what Nathan had said, and she was going to get sued. And that was in July or August. Okay. See, they had plenty enough time with that. Somebody gave up something. But I don't believe a subpoena made anybody give up anything. I think that Stephanie was more than willing to give it up because she was pissed off that the Abel girl was leaving. Yes, we read that one. We read that one a couple of weeks ago now, that she's suing Abel and Baldoni. We read that one because she's suing Abel for breaches of, I think it was breach of contract and establishing and poaching her clients and all kinds of stuff. We read that one. This is Dilester Palm. Is it Dilester Palm? However, contractually, Jones should be held to account because she broke her contract with Wayfair by disclosing information against her client. Because that happened. Because is it a consensus that she possibly gave that information? Because Leslie Jones, as we remember, made a statement that I saw your Texas. So did she give that information to Leslie Jones before she was fired by Wayfair? Because she didn't get hold of the phone until a couple of days in what was it, the 20 something of August? Hmm. Actually, hey Amy Jamila, isn't it kind of weird that she's asking if she can write the rooftop scene and saying how everybody felt so good about it, etc. And then in public she credits her husband? You know what, Amy? Does anybody know how to get a copy of the script prior to the changes that were made? Because I didn't see the movie. So I don't know how significant this rooftop scene is and what went on in regards to this rooftop scene and how was she making sure that she was put through there. How she made this whole big old point about, no one takes her seriously. She writes certain things and nobody takes her writing and things like that seriously. But that is something. You said you made all those corrections and rewrote them, and then you're saying that's why I felt like the reason why Ryan Reynolds wanted to get his reaction to it, because he knew he wrote it. He wanted to see his reaction to it. Now, do I think that Blake did she write something? I truly do. But I think she wanted Justin's reaction to that rooftop scene. Ryan wanted that reaction to that rooftop scene. I think this is just me, Pam Entertainment, personally. I think that he wanted that reaction to that rooftop scene. And I think you let me tell it. She's kind of pissed off about it too. And in a nice, what seems complimentary, but it's really a dig that she put that out there, but not understanding and knowing that it might cause problems for her husband, particularly if he wasn't supposed to be writing during that period of time, if they were in the middle of a strike. Who knows? Sony president wrote to Stephanie Jones to stop stories on Blake Lively before August. Apparently, that's how she learned what Abel was doing. Okay. Jokes can dodge breach of contract if the subpoena was legal. Not for nothing, as far as he wanted a woman's voice, and it was already a woman's screenwriter. Blake says, he's my best friend. He's involved all I do and all of what he does. He's all over I do. Something like that. People cut the interview and blow it out of proportion. Well, we did I did go back and look at my playlist. I did a thing if Ryan Reynolds was the bad guy here, and we went through and we reviewed his interviews, Ryan Reynolds interviews about Alanis Morissette. We reviewed interviews about Scarlett Johansson, about Ryan Reynolds, and we reviewed Blake Lively and her interviews and talks about Ryan Reynolds and things like that. And even through what we have read here, the one thing that we find out is when Ryan is with you, he wants to be with you. Wherever you are is where he wants to be. He tries to make sure that your schedules are aligned to either he is over here with you or you are over here with me. Which, when I read those initial texts between Justin and Ryan, he made mention of that that he was very upset with the timing of nothing he could do about it, but he was very upset that he was going to be on set with Deadpool and Wolverine, and she was going to be up on set over there, and they were not going to be near each other. And that was one of the things that when he was dating Alanis Morissette was a big issue for them. And as soon as he was not on she was not on set with him, then he met Scarlett Johansson on the set, and then the next thing you know, they're dating, because the time lapse always overlaps that way. And so as soon as him and Scarlett Johansson weren't at each other's foot and beck and call, like she'd be over there with him and he'd be over there with her and all those things, then he meets Blake Lively on the set of Green Lantern, and now they're in a relationship, and all those relationships seem to overlap each other. So it's so yes, it's fine. I mean, if that's how people want to have their relationships, don't let me say that that's the incorrect thing. I would never say that. But it's just interesting to see that, and to see that he wasn't on the set when when he needed her to be on the set. All hell in the handbag breaks loose. Well, they actually know they started dating in 2010. Now, Scarlett and Ryan were on the outs. They were separated, but they were still legally married. Well, and I do appreciate that. He did say that, and he did that for Blake. But I'm saying, but this is the same behaviors that he had with all of his relationship. It's not bad, it's not good, it's not anything. I'm just saying that's his personality. And he has been consistent about that with his personality. And that's all well fine. I mean, because they have a family like that, it is important to do that. But I also would be remiss not to mention the fact that this is something that he's done throughout all of his relationships, and even when those relationships did not have any children, and even when he was not married to people within those relationships. So we're good. I'm good on that. I'm just saying, when he wasn't on set, now all of this had to happen. But anyway, people, we've gone through the timeline. I'm very appreciative to Justin Baldoni's team to put this timeline out. I am curious about what's going to happen in court on Monday, to see whether or not a gag order, and see, to me, this sidesteps the gag order. Yes. February 3rd is on Monday. And so they're having this, I'm saying it's an emergency hearing, but they're having this hearing to discuss the professionalism of Justin Baldoni's team, and also about getting a gag order to get this information out. I think Justin Baldoni's team, they put all the information, they put their timeline information out, and you all said that there was a website. So I'm definitely going to check that out. Y'all. Now I've got you all redirected to another stream, and I was trying to see if I could find it, but I don't see it. But she's going to be going over the ASAP Rocky case. If you all are interested in the ASAP Rocky case, definitely go over there. Hold on just one moment. Let me be very clear. And she might not be on. Survivor speaks. Suing ASAP Rally for pain and suffering. I need my time back. So if you're interested, stay online and you'll be redirected to her streams. Tell her I sent you. All right, people, we do this every week. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Please share this video if you care. Y'all, please tell a friend, tell a kin, tell a coworker, tell that heifer that you can't stand that I'm over here making these videos. And we will get together and talk about what happened at the hearing to see what happened. All I knew about Ryan and his father was abusive and they did not speak. Blake managed to get the two men together. Oh, well, that's wonderful. I hate the fact that he had that go on, but it is nice to know that their relationship is of mutual respect, and she was able to do that for him. When he passed, Ryan wrote a letter. Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. There's nothing like getting your closure, and it's just nothing like that. That is wonderful to me. It says here, as far as WME is concerned, I believe there are receipts. Brian Friedman does not strike me as the type who would include info about a conversation with Baldoni and WME if it did not occur. Interesting. Interesting. We will see. I really wish that federal crimes were televised. I really do. I wish stuff like this would be televised so that we could see what's going on in here. But it's not. And so we just have to rely on court reporters in the courtroom who were there to go over these cases. But I'm quite sure this is going to be in New York City. So I'm quite sure there's going to be a lot of, there's no way in the world that you can't tell me that the Daily Mail and TMZ and the New York Times and all the publications are going to be there to go over all of this. You can't tell me that they're not going to be there. And I'm looking forward to seeing them. All right, people. Y'all, tell a friend, tell a kin, tell a coworker, tell that heifer that you can't stand that I'm over here making these videos. And if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe and hit your notification bell so you'll be notified when I do these videos. Okay? All right, people. And as always, bye-bye.